Hi, Talshi.
Hi, Bev. Hi, everyone. Oh, busy day.
It has been, hasn't it? For sure. Hi, Robert.
Hello.
Hi, Robert.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, Caroline.
Hello again, everyone.
Hello, hello. Hello, Rawson.
Hello, everybody again.
Hi, Rawson.
Hello, everybody. It's Sandy here. There's internet problems everywhere, and the chair's internet is down. So I am just going to try to, in the interest of time and the fact that we have a lot of delegates that wish to speak, I'm going to try to get things started. So I do apologize. This is coming, just getting this now, and it's not that clear. So I'll just get started with the land acknowledgement. I'd like to recognize that Ottawa is located on the unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe Host Nation. The peoples of the Algonquin Anishinaabe Host Nation have lived on this territory for millennia. Their culture and presence have nurtured and continue to nurture this land. The Ottawa Police Services Board honors the peoples and land of the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation. Today, Ottawa is home to approximately 40,000 First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. Ottawa's Indigenous community is diverse, representing many nations, languages, and customs. The Ottawa Police Services Board honors all First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples and their valuable past and present contributions to this land. As I think people realize, we're broadcasting on Zoom and live streaming on YouTube. Given this meeting is being held electronically, I want to caution that there is a possibility, in fact, there are technical difficulties, and we're working to overcome them now, and the chair will be joining us as soon as she can. Should we receive any additional disruptions, I'd ask that everyone remain patient as we work to fix the issue and resume the meeting as soon as possible. In terms of meeting decorum, as each item is presented, I will ask board members if the item is received or carried. If you're joining without video, please say your name before speaking. If you are joining the meeting from a location with background noise, please keep yourself muted until it's time for you to speak. I will now proceed with the confirmation of the agenda. That the Ottawa Police Services Board confirm the agenda of the 22nd of November, 2021. Is the agenda confirmed?
Confirmed.
Thank you. Confirmation of minutes. Minutes number 44 of the 25th of October, 2021, and minutes number 45 of the 3rd of November, 2021. That the Ottawa Police Services Board confirm minutes number 44 of the 25th of October, 2021 meeting, and minutes number 45 of the 3rd of November, 2021 meeting. Are the minutes confirmed?
Confirmed.
Committee meetings, reports from committee chairs and minutes. Finance and Audit Committee, draft minutes number 16 of the 9th of November, 2021. And I'm going to say that I'm going to turn it over to Vice Chair Smallwood, and that happens to be me, so that'll be easy enough to do. So the Finance and Audit Committee met on the 9th of November. This was the committee's first opportunity to discuss the draft Ottawa Police Service budget that was tabled the week prior on November 3rd. It was also an opportunity to continue to hear from members of the community in terms of their feedback on the budget. Among those who attended the meeting to address the committee, we heard calls to freeze the budget at 2021 levels, to remove police response to mental health calls, to waive fees for background checks, to increase the involvement of police in addressing traffic concerns, to stop the involvement of police in schools and increase collaboration between community supports and police to better support those who need assistance. The committee and board members also had an opportunity to seek further clarification on aspects of the budget. Since not all inquiries could be addressed adequately in the meeting, the board sent a series of questions to the service to respond to in writing. These questions and their answers have been included on the November agenda. The committee did not make any sort of recommendation with respect to the draft budget at its meeting, as it was awaiting further information and responses to outstanding questions. So from that comes a motion that the Ottawa Police Services Board receive this item for information. Is the item received?
Received.
Received.
Thank you. Declarations of interest. Are there any declarations of interest?
No.
Not hearing any. Public delegations. We have some public delegates registered to speak today. In light of the fact that today's agenda includes the budget, we will be adjusting the format slightly and hearing from all public delegations first before moving on to the rest of the agenda. This means that both the general delegations and those who registered to speak to a specific item will all be heard now. A reminder that only those who registered and were approved to speak will be permitted to address the board. When I call your name, you'll be able to turn up your mic and video. Each delegate has up to 5 minutes to address the board. The list of delegates on the agenda has been updated since last Wednesday when it was originally published. I would also like to note that the board received some written submissions as well, which have been circulated for the board for consideration. I'm going to pause for a second to see if we've been able to, because I'm not sure if the chair wanted me to read her notes. Okay, so I'm just going to read some general comments. Prior to proceeding with the first registered delegate, I do want to make a few comments to help facilitate a productive exchange this evening. We invite any and all residents wishing to address our board on matters within our mandate to do so. We see great value in the exchange of different ideas around policing and community safety more broadly. We ask everyone who is choosing to participate in our meetings to do so in a respectful, collaborative, and inclusive manner towards all participants. I know this will likely be an emotionally charged evening. However, I want to be crystal clear that this is not the time nor the place to be advancing named or unnamed allegations or complaints involving members of the police service. I'm getting a series of messages here. I'll have to ask you to. Okay, the chair is just waiting to be admitted, and I'm not sure that that's something I have the capability of doing. But I'll just continue on with the notes I was given, and then we'll see what happens next. So I want to be crystal clear, this is not the time nor the place to be advancing named or unnamed allegations or complaints involving members of the police service. There are legislative public complaints processes to deal with such matters that must be followed, and the board must not interfere in that process. I wanted to address this upfront to ensure everybody understands and respects the parameters around which the board delegates. Once again, I'll ask your patience as I seek further input. Okay, I'm going to start with I'll ask the first registered delegate to join us. It's Robin Brown, 613-819 Black Hub. And Robin, if you're there, if you can turn on your mic and somebody will admit you to the session.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can, yes,
Yes.
Robin.
Thank you, Chair or Assistant Chair. Before I start, I have a message from the folks outside. As we speak, Black folks from across Canada are gathered at an on-ramp to the Queensway here in Ottawa to remind us of the importance of today's conversation. They stand in solidarity with land protectors at Wet'suwet'en who are facing incredible violence on their land from the RCMP. Policing kills. It has taken many from our community, many in silence. Those people are out there, as we are here, to loudly reject a violently inappropriate $14.7 million increase to a police budget that has historically underserved this city. And then my delegation. So since I spoke at last month's board meeting, I traveled with my family to Ghana and West Africa. On our second day, we visited Elmina Castle. The castle was used by various European countries to hold enslaved Africans before they were shipped to the slave plantations to be worked to death or worse. I stood with my two sons, aged 20 and 17, in the men's slave dungeon. The dungeon is about half the size of a high school classroom. It has a hard mud floor, stone block walls, and one small hole for ventilation and sunlight about 20 feet up. 200 men were kept there, sometimes for months, in their own waste that often rose to just below their knees. Standing there, I found myself thinking about the Ottawa Police Service. Specifically, I was thinking about two key similarities between the OPS and the slave traders. The first is the immense power the slavers had to control Black people and to do things that led to them being harmed and killed. And the second is that the main reason they did it was economic. The OPS gets millions of dollars each year from which it pays its officers starting salaries of over $60,000. The over-policing of Black and Indigenous people directly contributes to generating the data the OPS uses to justify yearly budget increases. Let's be clear, the OPS is making money, and lots of it, just like the slave catchers did. And what does the OPS provide for all that cash? Well, one thing they don't provide that even the slave catchers did is transparency. For example, I have emailed requests to the OPS's so-called information service for several things, including details on the almost $4 million the OPS got last year for something called special overtime. And that's in addition to the $5.5 million they got for regular overtime. And the transcripts of the 911 calls made the night the OPS descended with their guns drawn on 7 young Black men filming a music video in the Saint Laurent Mall parking lot. Every time the OPS told me I had to file a Freedom of Information request to get the information, which I did for the 911 calls. I filed my request February 20th and got my reply September 20th, 7 months later, saying they couldn't release anything due to privacy concerns. Really? Why couldn't they do what the federal government does all the time and remove the personal information and release the rest? And if not, why did it take 7 months to tell me this? Their lack of transparency is one way the OPS protects and grows its budget. Another way is using scare tactics like they did in their budget presentation last month. Last month, the OPS said freezing their budget would lead to, quote, the suspension of all recruiting, hiring, and promotions, which will directly result in the immediate and long-term reduction in overall levels of diversity within the OPS, unquote. They also said that giving them a 0% increase would lead to longer response times for calls for service. No mention of, say, trying to trim that $9 million overtime budget. Nope, they say they'll have to fire all the brown and female cops and take longer to respond to calls. In response to demands to freeze the OPS budget, you told the OPS to submit a budget to you based on a 0% increase. That was good. What wasn't good was that you left the OPS a massive loophole by saying they could get a budget increase if they provided a, quote, detailed justification for one. And not surprisingly, they provided one and asked for a $14 million increase. In the budget presentation at this board's November 3rd meeting, the OPS told you it will be very hard to reduce their budget at all, let alone freeze it entirely, because their collective agreements with their members' unions obligate them to pay their members annual salary increases. But that argument is based on the assumption that the OPS is going to continue doing most of what it does now, including hiring more officers every year. The response to that argument is easy. Stop the OPS from doing many of the things it does now, like responding to people having mental health crises and overdoses, and get them out of traffic control. This will require far fewer officers and will reduce the collective bargaining obligations cost. To conclude, it took people in power having the courage to do the right thing to end slavery, despite the immense pressure to maintain it from those who profited from it. We are asking you, board members, to show that same courage. Reject the OPS's justifications for yet another budget increase and freeze the OPS budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin. And I'm sorry I was late today. I couldn't get on the internet, having some challenges, but I'm here now and I'm glad that I heard your delegation. Are there any questions for Robin from the board members? Seeing none, thanks again. And we'll move to Gord Garner, Vice President of Strategic Partnerships, Community Addictions Peer Support Association.
Good afternoon, board. I'm pleased to join you tonight. And I guess I want to start on two notes. We created CAPS because everything wasn't all right. But we created it so that we could help people make things better, not merely point at what was wrong. And I think one of the most difficult things to do in the world is actually create change. One of the easiest things to do in the world is point at what's wrong. And so I want to come to, it's been 5 years since I was last in front of the board, and last time I went into 6 minutes and I got into some trouble. So here we go. So when I got here 5 years ago, I said I was here to help, and it was a bit of a stunned silence because I came to help the members of the Ottawa Police Services who were suffering from substance use, from mental health, to be able to better access care. Because I believe if we don't take care of everybody in our society, take care of the people in the cars, we're never going to take care of the people outside the cars. What happened? Well, there was a stunned shock. And so I knew I'd have to fall down and have some coffees and talk, because really, what was I going to do? Somebody who'd been in active addiction for 38 years, how could I help Ottawa Police Services? I was fortunately some folks listed, including Deputy Joel Skinner at the time. Angela Slobodian joined the board. CAPSA, OPS started coming to Recovery Day Ottawa with senior leadership. I was on a couple of panels with Deputy Chief Bell. And then for the first time ever, OPS led a peer panel of first responders at Recovery Day, where we had paramedics, fire, and OPS members who had struggled with substances visibly there with the community in common. Right? There are no separate communities. There are separate issues. There are different cultural concerns. There's certainly stuff in Ottawa that needs to be improved, but everybody lives in this community. What happened from there? Well, next thing you know, we took an OPS officer to Vienna with us, the United Nations Drug Commission, and he wasn't there to talk about locking people up. He was there to talk about his own struggles. What stigma was like for him. That was so popular that I'm speaking at, we had a webinar called Leave No One Behind. From that work, we've got now a group of nurses across the country gathering together to talk about what's happening to them and why can't they talk about being sick? Why can't they talk about struggles with substances without having fear of losing their jobs, losing their standing in the community? So that's the direct result of my work with OPS, and OPS is willing to work with a community member. I want to note that. And then next thing you know, Chief Slowly is at Recovery Day. He's the honorable MC for the occasion, and Chief Slowly on tape says we need to learn from the community. And sure enough, we worked with Public Safety Canada and created training for police service members across the country on stigma around people using substances. Now OPS has made that a necessity of all the police sworn and unsworn members in Ottawa to take. I'm flying out to Saskatoon on Tuesday next week to talk to the police chief there and his senior leadership team as they adopt the same thing. And one of the tools I'll have in my hand is that Ottawa made that decision. Last week, Ontario Provincial Police and 23 other cities in Ontario adopted that strategy to take that training. But I can tell you that CAPSA used its relationship with Ottawa Police Services to work with Public Safety Canada to have other police services adopt that strategy. Now, I wouldn't want you to think I'm satisfied yet, but I do want everybody to know that change has been taking place. It's never going to be as fast as we all want. You can imagine being a woman a number of years ago, you couldn't vote. Right? But there are changes taking place, and I'm very thankful for that. And I'm looking forward to seeing more changes for all our community members around that. And thank you for your time. I hope it wasn't too long.
Nope, you did just fine, Mr. Garner. Thank you for being here. Are there any questions from board members? Seeing none, thank you again. We'll move on to Samia Ahmed from Vivek Research.
Hello.
Hi, Samia. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
I'm here today to speak to the board to ask them to freeze the budget at 2021 levels. I wanted to start by defining police alternatives. It means no police involvement at all, no funding through the police board, a no strings attached funding model, no police or police adjacent folks at the table, and no protection from the Police Services Act. I will now briefly discuss 3 alternatives to policing that Ottawa could employ. Firstly, we know that many of the calls that the OPS respond to are health emergencies, most of which are mental health or substance use related. There's absolutely nothing helpful a police officer can do in these instances. In fact, police are a barrier to improving public health outcomes by transporting people experiencing crises to hospitals instead of places where they would feel more safe and get better help, and by increasing police presence near safe injection sites. I would urge the board to consider decriminalizing minor offenses, which will decrease street-level interactions between the police and communities. Secondly, Chief Slowly recently spoke out about wanting more automated speed cameras on the streets of Ottawa and using the revenue from that to fund mental health projects. Chief Slowly, you're not listening. More surveillance is not the way to fund mental health projects. The OPS has the money these projects need, and the OPSB has the power to fund them. We do not need to look at alternative methods of funding when we are staring directly at $346 million. An alternative to police and road safety means stopping dangerous driving before it even happens. Last meeting, a delegate called speeding in Ottawa an epidemic. While I consider this to be an interesting choice of words, I understand the sentiment, but don't understand why the solution is police. Put some money towards urban planning, like speed bumps, stop signs, narrowing roads, roundabouts, and other traffic calming solutions, which are proven to be effective at preventing dangerous driving. Lastly, in order to curb crime as a whole, the board can turn to alternatives such as Housing First, which takes those without a home into safe and reliable housing, improving access to food for families so that they don't go hungry, and reducing police presence in and around schools, shelters, safe injection sites, and vulnerable communities. That's all from me, but I urge the board to really listen to all the delegations today, but also to do some soul searching to reimagine safety in Ottawa. Thank you.
Thank you, Samia. There is a question, Member Johnson.
All right, sorry about that. Let me just get back to my notes. I had the pleasure today to, and this is in follow-up to one of your comments here, so I just thought I'd share this information I had the pleasure of learning today. I had the opportunity to speak to Dr. Jeff Turnbull, and he works with Inner City Health, and he's a past president of the Canadian Medical Association. And he told me, and I'll just mention it briefly because I know we've got a long meeting, about a TED program. TED called Targeted Engagement and Diversion to the Shepherds of Good Hope. And I'm bringing up now because you mentioned you didn't see a role. So I just thought I'd share that Dr. Jeff Temple speaks of the 6 years of this program. They help about 3,000 to 4,000 people per year. Both the police and the paramedics are participants in this program. So just briefly sharing it in case anyone's interested in reviewing it. And I do have more information as well if any board members are interested. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Member Johnson, and thank you, Samia, for being here. We'll now move to Nora Ottenhoff, also from Vivek Research.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
We can. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead, Nora.
Thank you. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nora Ottenhoff. I am here today to once again call for a freeze to the OPS budget. As this will be the last chance for me to speak to you ahead of your vote, I would like to devote my time to summarizing the many calls and takeaways from the past several months of meetings. Firstly, an increase in police funding, resources, and presence on the streets of Ottawa does not correspond with higher levels of community safety. Police respond to crime, they do not prevent it. The only way to truly prevent crime is to address the social determinants of crime, namely poverty and social exclusion. How do we address poverty and social exclusion? By putting our resources into community-based services. Where will these resources come from? From freezing the police budget. Alternatives to community safety exist. Police are not our only option. Vivek Research and the 613-819 Black HUD prepared a report back in the summer outlining how one such alternative could be implemented for the City of Ottawa, specifically addressing the need for police to be removed from mental health calls. Also, a common topic of discussion in these meetings has been the need for this board to think critically about the asks being made of them by community members. We know that you as board members are frequently faced with conflicting demands from community members, some asking for greater police presence and some calling for less. When faced with such starkly contrasting views, it becomes your job as board members to weigh the needs of your constituents to determine who is most acutely impacted by your decision-making. Does the person speaking to you have frequent interaction with police? Is there an element of this person's identity that is marginalizing and/or increases the likelihood of facing violence at the hands of police? Is a person speaking to you expressing a concern about their safety and security, or the safety and security of their loved ones or ones who they may resemble or share a lived experience with? Or are they expressing dissatisfaction with the aesthetics of the city? Are they displeased by the sight of visible poverty or visible homelessness and see police as the only solution? These two demands are very different and cannot be weighed equally. Finally, there are several line items within the current OPS budget that are wasteful and can be cut with little to no impact on daily OPS operations. To clarify my position here, myself and others in these meetings are calling for fewer police. This is the outcome we would like to see. However, if fewer police is not something you as board members can support, there are ways in which the budget can be frozen without seeing a reduction in members employed by the OPS. I know some delegates who will present after me will go into more detail on this. I will end today by thanking my fellow delegates and the organizations and community groups in Ottawa who have rallied tirelessly around this issue. Your work is important and it is appreciated. To the board, I hope you have heard what I and others have had to say today. I hope you do the right thing. I hope you vote with your conscience and with the people of Ottawa in mind. I hope you freeze the OPS budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nora. Are there any questions or comments for Nora? Seeing none, we'll move to Robin Shabam, also from Vivek Research.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes, Robin, you have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to begin my remarks today by reminding the board that you are voting on what happens to $346 million in spending, not just an increase in $14 million. To put this money into perspective, this 14 million increase is nearly equivalent to the entire affordable housing budget for the city. The entire police budget is over 20 times larger than the city's current operational budget for affordable housing. There are line items in the budget that could be cut today that would reduce the police budget and allow the city to fund life-saving services, such as affordable housing. This proposed budget includes $1.2 million in employee development and travel, $654,000 in business travel, $100,000 in advertising, $87,000 in luncheons and receptions, $72,000 in food and beverages, $32,500 in community events, $140,000 in office supplies, $577,000 in ammunition, and $87,000 in public consultation. These expenses should not take priority over essential life-saving services. Furthermore, there are items in the budget that remain unclear and vague. $130,000 in security services, $702,000 in program supplies, and $1.4 million in equipment. The board should be able to tell us exactly what these line items represent without asking police present in the meeting. The board has stated that they have combed through the budget to make cost savings where possible. So the board should know what these line items entail. The board should not need to defer to the OPS about budget matters, as it is the board's job to understand and approve the budget. They should be extremely clear on where every single dollar of the $346 million in police spending is going. If board members are unable to provide details on certain line items, then they should not be voting on the budget right now. Furthermore, if the board is unable to articulate certain details of the budget, it raises the question of whether that spending is truly necessary. At a previous meeting, a delegate asked for clarification about certain line items, including money spent on memberships, police-related services, and police-related supplies. The clarification was provided by Steve Bell, and then additional detail was provided in writing by the police. On the $102,000 spent on memberships, the police responded that organizations and associations are important in maintaining relationships, partnerships, and inclusion and dialogue regarding issues, trends, and best practices. However, best practices in community safety should be developed by the grassroots, and therefore memberships to various police organizations are not necessary. Membership fees for various nonprofit community organizations, councils, and services should also be cut. The police need to step back from all frontline engagement and are therefore not needed in these circles. The $1 million budgeted for police-related services is primarily court security provided by Garda, shredding services, and informant development services. This entire line item should be eliminated. If the courts need security, why should they not instead sign their own contract with Garda? Why have this spending run through the OPS budget? The police-related services line also includes floral arrangements and wreaths for the Police Services Board. This is floral arrangements for this board. If the board has truly examined this budget with a fine-tooth comb, how can the board justify spending on floral arrangements? The $1 million budgeted for police-related supplies includes pipes and drums, replacement canines, ceremonial guard expenses, and meals for Canada Day. Based on the content of this line item, it's not clear to us that the board sufficiently scrutinized it in light of the great benefit that increased spending on life-saving services would provide. Lastly, I'd like to draw attention to the way the OPS communicates in an opaque and inaccessible manner. Responses to questions asked in the Audit and Finance Committee were released on Wednesday, and the full response is 58 pages. The length of this document is not user-friendly. Furthermore, there isn't a list of questions being answered at the beginning of the document. And critically relevant information is mixed in with non-relevant information in a way that is misleading and obfuscating. For example, the largest line item under police-related supplies reads the following: health and safety supplies, oleo capsicum spray, hand antiseptic, bandages, biohazard supplies, disinfectant. Prior to the pandemic, this budget was utilized to cover some personal protective equipment and sanitizing needs, i.e. Lysol wipes. Capsicum spray is pepper spray and is a weapon. Labeling weapon spending on spending in health and safety and personal protective equipment is misleading. In conclusion, the board has a responsibility to ensure that the police budget is appropriate and that money is not being spent by the police in an excessive manner. Given the state of the budget today, I and other community members maintain that the budget is not appropriate and should not be approved by the board. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Robin. Are there any questions or comments for the delegation? Seeing none, we'll move to Inez Halil, also from Vivek Research.
Hi
Inez.
everyone, can you hear me?
We can, you have 5 minutes, go ahead.
Hi everyone, so my name is Inez. We've met at multiple meetings before. I'm an economist at Vivek Research. I actually don't have anything to say today to this board that hasn't been said before. You've heard everything we had to say. You've heard the alternatives that we keep bringing up, the non-police mental health response, a non-police traffic enforcement team, a violence interruption team, post-crisis support teams, community liaisons workers. You've heard it before. You also know that we don't want you involved in the creation of these alternatives. But I do think there are a few points that are getting lost in our message. When we talk about community safety, we mean everyone's safety. Sending ill-equipped officers to situations they do not know how to handle is a recipe for disaster for everyone involved. Sending police officers to respond to calls when they really can't help isn't fair to them either, just like it isn't fair to the person who receives inadequate care. In the last Finance and Audit Committee, Chief Slowly was moved nearly to tears describing his fears related to the dangers of policing. There is absolutely no reason for that. Police who are detasked from responsibilities that they're not equipped to do cannot possibly be in danger. If you continue to increase the police budget, continue to fund ineffective response, continue to keep people in situations of crisis, you are choosing to create unsafe conditions for community members and police officers alike. While the dangers are inherently different and ignore the power imbalances created by the monopoly of state violence that police hold at a municipal level, we're still willing to recognize and empathize that the danger should be non-existent for everyone. We ask that you do the same. The $14 million that comes at the expense of police response, if we were to have a freeze, does not need to come at the expense of the quality of the police response. So if you choose to lay off officers or increase wait time, that'll be your choice. If your priority is ensuring that community has access to services, then detasking the police is a way to resolve both of those issues. You can also choose to cut non-salary expenditure. Even if you remain absolutely convinced that the OPS is the ideal response team to non-criminal issues, there is no way to justify an increase when you know how underfunded other services are. The budget we are seeing today includes line items for all sorts of extravagant expenditures that we should not be seeing. If you choose luncheons and receptions over housing for even one person, you need to think very carefully about what that says about you. Freezing the budget can easily be done. When the chief tells you otherwise, he's trying to scare you. Freezing the budget doesn't mean there'll be no one available when you need help. But if it's reinvested wisely, it could mean that fewer people need help, or better, people receive the help they are deserving of. Lastly, I know you represent diverse constituents, but have you tried educating your constituents? You shamelessly grill us to justify why we hold the opinions that we do, but you don't keep that same energy for people who want a police increase. Ask them why they think a police force that has caused the death of people experiencing mental health crises is still worthy of their funding. Why a service that has continuous racist allegations, internal sexual assault allegations is still a good investment. The choices you make today are going to speak volumes about each of you individually as people. Do not point fingers at constituents who called for more cops. They are not the ones voting on this budget. When you vote today, you are voting on every single dollar being allocated. Freeze the police budget, and then start getting comfortable with the idea of a police-free Ottawa. Thank you.
Thanks, Inez. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, we'll move to Farnaz Farhang.
Good afternoon.
Hi,
Can you-
Fernaz. You have
Hi.
5 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay. So I wanted to start by addressing an article that was published on Thursday, highlighting how the Ottawa Police needed their proposed budget increase to fill 28 vacant permanent positions. These positions were approved in 2020, and this board gave $3.9 million in 2021's budget to fulfill this need. 3 days before you are to approve or reject this budget, they've said they spent that money on inflationary costs and they need it again. The board also gave them $11.3 million last year to account for inflation. So how many times does this get used here? And I'm not sharing that just to debate the need for these positions, because there is no debate. Police and enforcement will not address or prevent any of the issues being used to justify these hires. But I just want the board to see the ease with which the conversation is manipulated and people are left footing the bill, but get nothing out of it. I tuned into the Community and Protective Services Committee meeting last week. I saw how vastly different it is for social services and other emergency services to get access to funding. Some of it comes down to poor funding models, but a lot of it reflects what city staff and councillors are prioritizing. The new model of how you allocate dollars to the nonprofit sector to increase the ability for other groups to be able to access annual funding doesn't make sense when the amount they're all competing for remains the same. No one gets what they need, and they're continuously acting from a framework of scarcity. So then the people who suffer the most are those on the front lines of service provision, not the EDs, not the managers, as well as, and most importantly, the community members who need those services. So I don't know at this point what this board has decided in terms of the budget. I know that for decades, community members who are most impacted by police violence have been speaking out for change. They have spoken out to highlight the harms that begun with the inception of police as an institution that was created to control Indigenous peoples on their land, as well as patrols to uphold slavery. Therefore, these calls for dismantling these approaches are intrinsically linked to calls for Black liberation and Indigenous sovereignty, both being things that members of this board theoretically acknowledge. And I know for the past 2 years, community members have been raising these same concerns to this board specifically. But when we do, you're quick to denounce delegates who name these harms, and you always speak up to try and silence or reframe how people are naming harms, and then force a relationship of respect and partnership without acknowledging the power imbalances. Chair Deans, you said in a committee meeting this week that we can't police our way out of homelessness. And I agree, but I would extend that to all safety issues. But then I would also ask if you've ever questioned why the NRTs are mandated to target encampments. I've personally brought this up a few times. Prevention is a theme that also got brought up, and housing is central to a lot of the conversation, but the police don't offer housing. None of that 350 plus million is going to go towards any type of housing or providing material changes for people to enhance their safety and well-being. It's mostly salaries and compensation, as they highlight. And organizations like Crime Prevention Ottawa are only responsible for preventing access to resources for people because they insist on maintaining an authoritative, punitive, and outdated and harmful approach to issues in the community. So please stop throwing around the concept of upstream prevention when it would mean removing barriers and increasing supports for people. And both police and crime prevention initiatives create barriers via criminalization and surveillance, and they offer no supports. This conversation can't be about if the police will open their wallets, then maybe we will try and do something different. This is the community's wallet and resources, not a never-ending tap of money to fund violence. So I hope that board members who understand the need for change have the courage of their convictions and follow through with your commitment and vote to, at the very least, freeze this budget this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Fernaz. Are there any questions for Fernaz? Seeing none, we will move to Laura Shantz.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, Laura. We can. You have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Excellent, thank you. So my name is Laura Shantz. I'm here to speak against increase in the police budget for 2022. Just as a housekeeping item to start, I had actually originally wanted to speak to the police budget when we got to that item in the agenda, because sometimes members of committees will move motions, and I would have really loved to have heard if any motions are being moved before my delegation. Seeing that I can't, I'll just continue as is, but as a housekeeping matter, it would be really appreciated if I could speak to the budget after councillors have a chance and members have a chance to put their budget matters forward. So when I moved to Ottawa in 2001, the police budget was $126,552,000. In that same year, it cost me $225 to ride the bus, and the average rent of a one-bedroom apartment was $762 per month. Yeah, a lot's changed in the last 20 years. So the budget before you 20 years later is $346,500,000. It now costs $365 to get on that bus, and the one-bedroom apartment is now $1,243 a month. But we know we can't just compare numbers like this. We can't just say, oh, look, it's gone up. So what are we going to do? We need to have a meaningful comparison. Of course, inflation plays a role in this. How much, you might ask? Well, if the police budget was rising at just the rate of inflation, according to the Bank of Canada, today you would have a budget before you of $185,635,400.61. Oh, but wait. I also know the population is growing too, right? So we need to factor that in. I'm not saying we don't. The 2001 population back when I moved here was 733,790. So of course, that is going to play a role as well, because, you know, large area, more people, we have to try and keep a rate by population. So we're going to make an increase. Now we have approximately 1,032,910 residents in 2021, according to the city website. That would represent a 41% increase. So let's take that 2001 budget number into 2021 dollars and add that 40% increase in population. So that should get us pretty close to the current budget, give or take, if we're, you know, playing on the same field, right? Not really. That figure would be $261,745,914.86, which still leaves us with a difference, or the amount that police have grown above both population growth and inflation, of approximately $84,754,085.14. That is 24% above population growth combined with inflation. For some quick comparisons, let's take a look at that bus fare. That $225 I spent back in 2001, scaled for inflation, would give us $330 today. So to get to $365, which is what I have to pay if I pay cash on the bus, I'm going to have to go up 10% above inflation, which is steep enough that we notice, and that I go to Transit Commission and let people know that this is a challenge for folks. Luckily, they didn't go by police inflation numbers, or we would be paying $4.10 for a bus ride if we were doing the same math that OPS, with the same growth rate as OPS. That one-bedroom apartment, we know Ottawa has gotten far less affordable, and that rent has become a crushing burden for many in our community. We know we're in a housing and homelessness emergency. But those rents that are squeezing so many, they are just 11% above inflation. So it's because that apartment now would be $1,117. So it's a good thing we aren't renting using police dollars here. Doing the same police math at 24% above inflation, we would get an average one-bedroom apartment cost closer to $1,386 a month, which of course is a lot of money. In the comparison to all this, we know that there are 95 community agencies in our city that are splitting a pot of $27 million. We know it's not enough funding to meet the needs. We know that some organizations lost out on funding this round. We know that many didn't get anywhere near what they wanted. We also know that there's approximately $38.5 million going towards basically homeless shelters and housing people who are otherwise unhoused. And obviously we need to do something about that. We can't in good conscience let people sleep on the street. But when we look at how much money is being spent on police and how little is being spent to provide these kind of emergency services, it's rather stunning. Time and time again, we've heard that change takes time and that it does not come cheap. But what is being asked about detasking in areas of mental health to improve Canadian safety outcomes is a cost-effective solution and would start to bring us back closer to that figure of just inflation and population growth. It would start to bring us back in line with what the budget estimates are looking at. We can look at many different detasking models. I've been here talking about them. We have many knowledgeable people who have donated their time to speak about these alternatives. I'm not going to belabor the point, but suffice it to say there are cheaper ways to get things done. Why are we paying for flowing through the police budget security guard costs at a courthouse? That doesn't.
Laura, could you wrap up? Your time's up.
Oh, sure. So basically, no one here is in favor of feeling unsafe in our communities. No one's coming to say that their friends and neighbors should feel in danger, but we are coming to say there are better ways to spend our money. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Laura. Any questions for Laura? Seeing none, we will move to Fritz Kwabena Okra. You there, Fritz?
Hello, can everyone hear me?
We can. You have 5 minutes. Please proceed.
My name is Fritz Kwabena Okra. I'm a 24-year-old student finishing my degree in sustainable and renewable energy engineering and my minor in industrial economics at Carleton University. I have 3 questions for Chief Slawley. Please reply with a simple yes or no answer. Is that possible?
No, Fritz, I just explained the rules of procedure here. You have 5 minutes to present to the board. You don't get to ask questions. If a board member chooses to follow up and ask a question on your behalf, they can, but otherwise you just get to make your statement.
Okay, and the time that you spoke, I get those minutes back, those seconds?
The time I spoke, we'll give those back to you. Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'll tell my story then. In 2019, when I forgot my access PIN after being away for 8 months of co-op at Hydro Ottawa, which is owned and operated by the city of Ottawa, I was completing my engineering internship. And this was an incident that happened to me at Carleton University, where I was painted as a violent attacker, as a fake student with a fake student ID and a fake Ontario issue ID, and was threatened to be charged with breaking and entering of my own campus building. I begged him to let me reach into my pocket to let me reset my PIN, knowing any sudden movements could be justification against me to be tased, shot, or arrested. Since then, I spent the last 3 years of my life trying to bring light to these issues visible minority students face on campus and off campus right here in the city. I still saw this officer on campus in the next school year, and all I could do knowing the power he had over me, with help from the union of Carleton University Student Union, 3 successive unions, and the administration, all I could ever hope for was that he wouldn't pursue me. For years, I went to school to study climate change engineering in fear, knowing he could be right around the corner and could get away with anything he pleased because the university's leadership, OPS, the student union, would protect him. Thankfully, I had a higher power protecting me. And now the light is shining in these dark halls of power for all those who are here to see the truth and judge for themselves. The OPS clearly has no interest in properly addressing the inherent racism and white supremacy within its ranks that is poisoning the lives of Black people and other visible minorities in this city. In the report, the officer states that 70% of the people he interacts with are mostly students. And of that, mostly are Black and Muslim. The university's own former equity director in that same report states that the number doesn't add up considering that Blacks and Muslims make up less than 30% of the school's population. And most damning of all, he states that the claims of racism and sexism within the force is just a political agenda. And this makes me question a lot more. How do you see Muslim, first of all? And why does OPS personnel factor faith into its policing activities? And what other biases pertaining to minorities and members of other minority groups, such as myself, does OPS personnel add into their policing work? I've said what I need to say. The reports are all out online. There are many articles that have been written over the years, and I really, really advise every single person on this council to take the time to read it, to take the time to go into these documents, to pressure the university to release every single document pertaining to racism and systemic oppression of students, because it's one thing for us, especially as a first generation immigrant, to come to this country, to be told that we need to be thankful for the opportunities we've been given, to work our butts off, to go to school, to work hard trying to address issues such as climate change, and then to be treated like dirt after paying tens of thousands of dollars on that very same campus. It is absolutely shameful from the university, from the leadership of the board, especially because I know that you speak to so many community members, and we are always expressing these concerns, and they're never addressed. How much does this police board put towards addressing systemic oppression? How much is it putting towards addressing the mental health concerns that are being wrought by these awful police practices? This is not the city that I was told that I would be living in. I expected so much more from Ottawa, the capital of the true North, strong and free. And unfortunately, I might be strong, but I don't feel so free here. And that's the truth for many people like me in this country. So I sincerely hope that you all take the time to think about what you're doing and the impact it's having on everyone's lives. Just because I look this way does not make me a criminal. And unfortunately, not every single OPS officer understands that. And that's a fact. And I've lived it. And I'm here to tell my story. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your delegation. Are there any questions for the delegation today? Seeing none, we will move to Danielle Pham.
Hi, my name is Danielle D. Pham. It's my first time speaking at a city council meeting. I am nervous, but I'm here as a concerned citizen because this issue is important to me. I'm also here to represent those in my personal circles who are not feeling confident enough or otherwise not able to share their opinions at this meeting. I firmly believe Ottawa Police Services should at least freeze the budget. I do not appreciate the use of leading questions, nor the lack of appropriate scientific methods in the public opinion survey. If the majority of Ottawa citizens support an OPS budget increase, I personally find that concerning and was not given a fair opportunity to disagree. I support the divestment of funds from Ottawa Police Services toward investments in severely underfunded services that improve conditions for our least privileged communities, especially services that are essential to surviving the COVID-19 pandemic and the climate crisis. Recommendations from the alternative municipal budget proposed by the Ottawa Coalition for a People's Budget are much more aligned with my expectations. And I trust my Capital Ward Councillor, Sean Menard, and Somerset Ward Councillor, Catherine McKenney, to represent my values and my interests on City Council. Please consider whose opinions have genuinely been considered when you vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Danielle. Any questions for the delegation? Seeing none, we will move to Julia Hamer.
Hi, can you hear me?
Just barely, Julia. Can you turn up your volume a bit?
Yes. Is this any better?
A little bit.
Is this better?
Yes, better. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Before I speak, I would like to express my solidarity with the Wet'suwet'en land defenders who are currently resisting the violent invasion of their unceded territory by the RCMP, who are working at behest of Canadian governments and Coastal GasLink. I would like to remind the board that the roots of policing in Canada are both explicitly anti-Black and anti-Indigenous, and that policing has not evolved beyond this. In serving on the Police Services Board, you are taking on this legacy, and the decisions that you make here, including the decision of the 2022 budget, either uphold or challenge that legacy. Allowing the police service to receive an additional $14 million is not a challenge to that legacy. I've been to many of these meetings in the past year, and one thing that often gets spoken to by board members or OPS staff is the requirement of the board to ensure that there is an adequate and effective level of policing in this city. But I've never heard anyone provide a satisfying definition of what this means and how it informs your budget decisions. Diane, board members, what does adequate and effective policing mean to you? Is your understanding of what that means informed entirely by reports by OPS and the chief? Because while I have never heard a convincing definition of what this means, what I have heard is countless delegates speak to the harms done by the police in the city and the ways in which police are unequipped to handle almost every crisis that this city is facing. Is it adequate or effective to continuously give money to a service that we all acknowledge is not the appropriate response to the majority of calls that they receive? The last time that I questioned what these terms meant, I was directed to the Police Services Act, and this month I can say that I've been to this document and I still do not have a sufficient understanding. So I turn to the board to ask for your explicit understanding of what these terms mean and how they inform your work with this city and the OPS. I urge you to reflect on this and how much of your understanding of what is safe and effective policing means is informed by the police themselves, and in turn, what this means for your understanding of safety. At every single one of these meetings, I'm blown away at the expertise, strength, and vulnerability that delegates demonstrate by showing up and speaking. The amount of information, research, and lived experience that this board has been presented with, including the harms of policing, alternatives to policing, and specific issues with this budget, is incredible, and to not act upon it would be an enormous loss and misstep. I would again like to remind the board about their past commitment to freeze the 2022 budget. I'm asking you to take all of the things that you've learned and been presented with this year and commit to both your promise and to embrace an understanding of safety that is not centered on police. I would also like to remind the board of the meeting held just 2 months ago where every board member wore an orange shirt in supposed support of reconciliation. You can see it here. You cannot wear orange as you vote to increase this budget. Policing is both implicitly and explicitly, historically and presently anti-Indigenous. This is the moment to integrate what you have heard, seen, and learned over the past year, and to vote to freeze this budget and recommend the reallocation of $14 million to services that the city desperately needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. Any questions for the delegation or comments? Seeing none, thank you again. We will move to Cassie Slack.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, Cassie. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
I'd actually like to address something before I get started with my delegation. This board has regularly allowed delegates to ask questions in the past, and I'd really like us to go back and hear the questions that Fritz has, regardless if you're going to answer them or not. I think that those are worthy of hearing, and I know that we have both asked and answered questions in board meetings before. I know that this is a long meeting, but I really think it's important that we do that. I'm happy to wait to delegate until after those questions have been asked, but I'd really like us to do that if that's.
Yeah, it's not in our procedure by law, and we do have, I think, 60 registered delegations, but if Fritz would like to send those questions to me, I would follow up with them. So Cassie, you have 5 minutes, go ahead.
All right. Hi, Cassie. I'm here again to ask this board to take real actions towards removing police from our communities and repairing the trust that has been broken with us by voting no on the budget presented today. It is a double standard that the police and this board constantly demands to see relevant examples and exorbitant amounts of proof for non-police alternatives, but can expand neighborhood policing and spend millions of dollars on training and weapons without clear evidence that they work or success criteria to evaluate their programs on, while local community organizations have to bend over backwards to prove themselves to be worthy of a tiny fraction of the amount of money that the police get access to. Research currently indicates that implicit bias training can be helpful short-term, but it does not have lasting effects. This was echoed in 2017 meta-analysis of about 492 studies that found that reducing implicit bias did not alter people's behavior in the long term. The police need to be, at the very least, held to the same standard as other community organizations when they ask for money. And the public deserves to know clearly and transparently what the intended outcomes of these programs are and how they will be evaluated before they are allowed to have access to public funds. When these police programs inevitably come under fire for harming communities, they rebrand their initiatives instead of making real change. We've seen this with Vision Jasmine, Pivot, and DART programs, which are now known as the NRTs, after the programs came under fire for being violent, and when one of the officers of those programs killed Abdirahman Abdi. Now we are seeing this again with the SRO program, now known as Neighborhood Youth Officers. I need to remind this board that the tools that the police have at their disposal are to criminalize and to punish. That is the function of policing as a system. So when I hear youth officer program, I hear criminalizing children. When I read through the youth calls for service, what I saw was not only the criminalization of children, but the sharing of private information between school administrators and police without clear informed consent. When we talk about police around youth, we cannot forget what happened to the Valued Seven, to Anthony Oust, and we cannot ignore the ways that police treat Black and Indigenous youth in this city. Just a few days ago, we saw the police refer to a missing Black child as a man. This is an example of the adultification of Black children and youth, which contributes to the criminalization and traumatization of Black people. Policing as a system only has the tools to punish and criminalize, and our children deserve so much better. Speaking of policing as a system, I want to talk about police member wellness. The most recent OPS member engagement survey indicated that many OPS members feel disengaged, burnt out, and frustrated. And the OPS abilities management section has reported increases since 2016 of sick leave, of psychological injury, illness, and incident occurrences. Since 2016, the service has seen a 68% increase in the number of members requiring accommodation, an 800% increase in the number of members lost due to injuries and illness incidents, and the average number of hours lost per injury increasing to 632%. I want to point out that the violence of the system of policing does not only harm the communities that the police are in, it also harms the people who become police officers. I truly believe that many people who decide to become police officers do so because they want to do good in their communities. But I also believe that when the tools of policing are violent and harmful, that has a significant impact on those people. No amount of extra wellness benefits or access to therapy is going to solve the inherently harmful systems that policing is built on. We need to dismantle that system. Please listen to the demands of the community today. Vote no on the budget so that we can begin the work of repairing trust and harm. That's all for me today.
Thank you very much, Cassie. Any questions or comments for this delegation? Seeing none, we will move to Mohammed Miguel. Hi, Mohammed. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Hey, everyone. Sorry about that. It's Mohammed Miguel. But that's all right. So I'll just go forward with my presentation. So again, hello, everyone, chair and board members, also to all my fellow community members. Like I always do, I first want to thank our community leaders, Coalition Against More Surveillance, Ottawa Black Diaspora Coalition, and Horizon Ottawa for their continuous work in voicing for change. Now, I'm here today because our city officials have severely misled us into believing that our city police is here to protect us and serve our community, when in fact their presence has been unwelcome or even resulted in some dangerous interference. My voice is a bit bad today, but I'll do my best to speak. So as you all remember, last November 18, OPS ambushed 12 civilians who were there to basically voice for the same reason we're here to voice again, that is to stop funding and increasing the overly funded OPS budget and invest in social services and community development that have experienced a significant decline in affordable housing, a reduction in their health services and infrastructures. Now, you guys heard about 100 delegates last year regarding this issue. A motion was passed to look at freezing the OPS 2022 budget, and the Ottawa Police has requested a budget increase for officer growth, equipment growth, and additional training. Now, there are cops every single day in my neighborhood. It is really concerning because imagine working on coming back from home on a long day of work and seeing cops just hanging around in your neighborhood. That's really scary, and that's the reason why we keep coming back and voicing us this issue. So I ask you this now: why are you strengthening and supporting the OPS budget increase when you made it clear to us that you would freeze it, right? Despite our long continuance month to month voicing against this issue and asking for to stop and freeze the OPS budget, yet you guys are continuing to basically approving this budget. It is a clear violation of the solemn promise you give and promised us, and it demonstrated a lack of consistency. Sorry. It is unacceptable. Now, this call to freeze the budget is about more than just loud calls for change. It is a result of an extreme feeling of anxiety, nervousness, pointing out my community is suffering from a mental discomfort as well as a scary feeling having more police presence and it's in fact it's a big issue because it is really it goes against what we come here every day, every month to talk about this budget increase, and it has a profound negative effect on our community success, survival, and well-being. This OPS budget freeze will reinforce the element of reducing our society's reliance on police and being victim to more surveillance, right? Which will minimize the impact of policing and will result in the likelihood of community growth and development and more mental health resources. Now, what we are asking here is simple and precise, and we keep coming back here every month, and that is being listened to and act upon against more police surveillance and work in collaboration with our community groups in developing, understanding, and implementing our plans of actions and methods designed to achieve a major and overall aim in improving our community safety. Thank you and have a good day.
Thank you very much, Mohammed. Are there any questions or comments for this delegation? Seeing none, we will move to Britt G.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Britt, you have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Britt. This is my first time attending one of these meetings. I am speaking as a care worker, an early childhood educator, and a resident of Ottawa. I'm here today to speak against any increase to the Ottawa Police Service budget and instead ask the board to act by their commitment to freeze the 2022 police budget. Our city is in crisis, a crisis that cannot and will not be solved by an increase to the police budget. We know what we need to keep our communities safe. We need enough ambulances and healthcare resources to respond to all medical emergencies. We need safe and affordable housing. We need safe and affordable childcare. We need safe and reliable transit. We need safe consumption sites. We need grassroots-led safety initiatives that understand the needs of the communities they work with, and that policing in all forms is harmful and traumatizing. I understand that the Ottawa Police Board is not responsible for the allocation of the city's budget. However, okaying this budget increase is unacceptable. It is dangerous and it is harmful. It actively takes away from our city and our communities. The community demands I listed are centered primarily on care, and they need funding. They do not need surveillance, they do not need intimidation, and they do not need incarceration. They do not need police, and they do not want the police. Whether or not you approve this budget increase or vote to freeze the budget will demonstrate your understanding of safety and of the needs of the city and its most vulnerable residents. I am asking you to exercise your power as the Police Service Board to vote no to this budget increase, with the understanding that this city is in multiple crises, none of which will be resolved by increased policing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Britt. Are there any questions or comments for this delegation? Seeing none, we will move to Mandy Pekin. Hi, Mandy, you have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, perfect. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, awesome. Thanks, Chair Deans. I'm here again to amplify the voices of the community that I'm accountable to, which is the same community that this board is accountable to. I once again come into this space as a nonprofit service provider and a mental health professional, and I cannot stress enough that we are in a mental health pandemic right now, and I don't think this board understands how serious this is. And our focus should be on a COVID recovery plan that has widened the social inequities in our communities. You know, every year we scramble as nonprofits to apply for federal, provincial, and city funding to sustain the services we have. This year, we applied for the City of Ottawa's sustainability funding as one of the Black-led racialized organizations who have been delivering evidence-based trauma work and who has direct ties to the communities impacted. And often, you know, major organizations are given credit for our work despite being out of touch and not having the resources to provide essential services to these communities. But we are, you know, we're grateful that we've received some funding this year, and it was only $70,000, which is pennies and not sustainable for, you know, what we're up against. We have the police chief suggesting that we set up a GoFundMe page using traffic cameras to collect funds for social service to push for a budget increase. The city funding operates on a hierarchy, and organizations that are doing the heavy lifting are at the bottom of the barrel. We would never see those funds. We have all these alleged on-paper mental health services, and I promise you that we don't. I work directly with Black and racialized communities that need trauma-informed, culturally responsive services, and my caseload is high. My wait list is higher. I have no one to refer to. Well, my options here right now is I either refer them to major organizations that have no experience working with these communities, which I have in the past, which often leads to individuals disengaging for, you know, valid reasons, or I refer them to a very short list of colleagues in this field who also have a high wait list and are burnt out. So I would recommend the board members to try to even make a referral for someone who needs culturally responsive mental health services, or yet alone addiction, harm reduction services, or even try getting someone a detox bed to see what is happening in our city. And here we have the police who are asking funds to reform their organizational culture. You know, the police historically and presently have never been capable of changing their organizational culture. We are talking about a systemic revolution that is being proposed here by Ottawa Police, that they are seeking money in order to revolt against their own very system, which essentially would require them to defund, detask, and dismantle themselves, which we know that it's not going to happen. So this is not an Ottawa Police issue. This is a systemic, widespread policing issue that can no longer be minimized to just an EDI plan. And it doesn't matter what she slowly says and whether his intentions are in the right place. This organization will never let him get there because they don't want change and they're protected by the power of the unions. We saw it happen in Toronto when he asked for a budget cut and the backlash he received. So the reality is the police cannot be reformed to serve social and economic justice. We can't continue to throw money away at something we know that isn't working, especially in the middle of a global pandemic and the greatest economic crisis of our generation. We need those resources towards our health. We've created a revolving door system in our own city, and there's a huge gap in knowledge of what is being offered in our city under the guise of social services. So I'm asking the board, please do not play by the police playbook. The history of policing shows us how it was designed to eat up resources. The police have held the budget hostage for decades by socializing us to believe that without their professional expertise, our communities would be broken. So we have more police now, and yet our communities have never been this broken. And I wanted to raise a concern in one of the documents uploaded by the board provided by OPS. There's a section on NRT youth. For the record, is the community's worst nightmare because we never asked for youth officers, yet alone neighborhood ones. But I have never seen such recklessness and carelessness of detailed information about youth encounters that is identifiable and raises privacy concerns. And this should be flagged by the Information Privacy Commissioner. But because Ottawa Police is so desperate to legitimize themselves that they're willing to overlook that and turn their case notes over to prove how effective they are with youth, which only proves to us that the public knows that there's an active criminalization that is happening despite being pushed out of schools. So stop hanging out in parks during lunch hours to show your presence, as you verified in your case notes. It's creepy. Let youth eat their lunch in peace. And you know, Member Johnson, a couple of months ago, you said that you still have hope, and you know, we do too. But our hope has shifted, and it's no longer about reimagining policing differently or wanting to build trust and relations. We've moved on from that. Now our hope is about building up our communities and keeping police away from these issues. And Chair Deans, you know, I appreciate that you've stepped up because it's a reflection of your commitment to our communities. Member Meehan, you said it the greatest. I'm also from the school of thought. Where there's smoke, there's fire. The Ottawa Police Force has been up in flames for a while now. You can't tell me that you don't see it. The smoke and the fire damage is suffocating the community. So today, you know, bring that LRT review energy by freezing this budget. Do what you do with Jimothy's LRT scandal. Question every budget line, because today will determine whether the board truly understands that whether these are public health issues or not. That is all.
Thank you very much, Mandy. Any questions or comments for this delegation? Seeing none, we thank you again. We will move to Lise Hababi and Sonia Howard from the Social Planning Council of Ottawa.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
We can. You have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you. And I see my colleague Sonia. Madam Chair, members of the board, good afternoon, and thank you for your attention. I do want to start by acknowledging that my colleague and I are joining from the traditional unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabeg people. Our message today is inspired by the Anishinaabeg core value of respect, affirming that everyone is worthy of being respected, acknowledged, and cared for. Our message is also grounded in evidence. As you may know, the Social Planning Council of Ottawa, where my colleague and I serve as volunteer board members, is a research-based, nonpartisan, not-for-profit charitable community development organization. SPCO has been effective at helping Ottawa deal with acute social issues for nearly 100 years, and our success is based on our understanding of the complexity of these issues. We are here today, as everybody else who's spoken tonight, to support a zero increase in the police budget for 2022, not just for the sake of freezing the budget, but to free up resources for alternative responses to mental health crisis calls in particular. SPCO staff have been active participants in decades of past policing discussions and have spent the past couple of years convening conversations among mental health advocacy organizations and other stakeholders. We have recently hosted a series of webinars with speakers from other jurisdictions so we can learn from other successes and challenges. And based on our engagement in this file, we believe that the time to act is now. There is consensus in the community that change is needed. The Chief of Police himself has spoken in favor of other agencies taking on some significant portion of the demand that has been placed on the police service. We recognize that your authority is limited to the Ottawa Police budget, and you cannot compel City Council to take the requested increase and allocate it instead to other solutions. But that's no excuse for holding back. You must do your part and trust others to do theirs. Financial pressure, while painful, is sometimes needed to force change. We need to stop throwing money at ineffective solutions while people suffer and die because nothing is changing. Sonia?
Concerns about the police freeze are based on the assumption that the burden on police will remain the same. We believe that might actually be a flawed assumption, and we invite you to challenge it. How many hours do police officers spend in emergency rooms waiting to hand off people with mental health emergencies? How many hours are spent responding to mental health emergencies in high acuity buildings? And we've heard this repeatedly tonight as well. If other services, like the three we've mentioned in our written delegation, are properly funded, we really believe that will lessen the burden on police and avoid the dire consequences that staff have suggested might result from a 0% increase. To reiterate, we strongly encourage that proper funding be committed to: 1, enabling the Ottawa Paramedic Service to advance on the mental health pilot program they proposed to community and paramedic services, which is actually itself based on the very successful pilot in the Niagara region. 2, support expansion of the neighborhood integrated care model, a cross-agency initiative to better support residents in buildings with a disproportionate number of calls to 911, which would also improve outcomes for tenants and make more effective use of emergency and health dollars. And 3, expand existing impactful community-based mental health interventions as highlighted in the report by the Coalition of Community Health and Resources Centers called Reimagining Community Safety. I encourage you to have a look at that. We recognize that this decision requires a lot of trust. Trust that the police will find a way to minimize the impacts of the freeze on our most vulnerable. Trust that City Council will adequately fund an alternative response. And trust that what has succeeded elsewhere, like Niagara, or on a smaller scale, can succeed citywide. We believe, though, and we're optimistic that this trust is justified. Someone has to take the first step. We recognize you don't hold the entire solution in your hands, but you do hold an important element. So be an ally, do your part. And whether others also step up or not, you can sleep well at night knowing that you did your best to save lives and make the system better. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And you were right on the 5-minute mark. So thank you both. Are there any questions or comments for the delegations? Seeing none, thank you again. We will move to Jack Belmar. Is Jack on the call? Oh, here comes Jack.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, Jack. You have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Perfect, thank you. Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Jack Belmer. I'm a Ottawa resident. I will be attending today's budget meeting as I attended the budget meeting back in 2020. And as I did at that delegation, I would like to first begin by backing the demands of the Ottawa Black Diaspora Coalition, the demands that were published online last week on the 16th. I believe that these demands serve the interest of the Ottawa community at large and will collectively improve all of our lives. And just, I'm not going to go through all 10, but just to clarify this in your head, this is the 10 demands beginning with freeze the 2021 Ottawa Police Services operating budget, and then continuing on down to number 10, reallocate and invest funds into community-led safety initiatives. I would also like to thank Vivek Research and Robin for their recommendations earlier today for line-by-line budget cuts, which I also fully support. I hope that in the very least, the board will reconsider its own expense budget today as a show of good faith and listening to the attendees. I looked at the budget myself and I thought, you know, do you really need to spend $6,000 on parking for the OPSB, which is line 502692? You know, when we're holding all of these meetings by Zoom and have been doing so for over a year. Further, I would like to repeat Cassie Slack's comments about questions to the board having been heard in the past. I think you got to do it. I understand it is against the letter of the bylaw, but frankly, it is undemocratic. We learn from dialogue, not trading speeches, and I know so often delegates or even other board members might attempt to follow up on a board member's previous statement. And, you know, when we ask a question trying to follow up on a statement like that, the rule effectively becomes a decorous way to ignore speakers. We're promised 5 minutes of time as delegates, and I believe that in there is time for yes/no questions. And finally, And I'm not going to be citing individuals, but finally, I wanted to raise a couple of high-profile resignations from OPS. 3 Sunshine List officers who each had been on paid leave for over a year after being accused of various crimes chose to resign in 2021. Doing so also ended the disciplinary hearings with OPS, which is frustrating, but I attend these meetings to ask that police money be redirected to pro-social ends. And in my eyes, these resigning officers freed up enough money to quadruple the budget of, as an example, the city's anti-racism directorate, which I believe is still funded at only $100,000 a year. And, conversely, there's enough money sloshing around that I say that, 3 employees leaving can quadruple that budget. Why don't we do that? Despite this board's promises for a change budget and for listening, it seems practically that the most effective thing to remove a police officer who breaks public trust is their own conscience. And I would ask that you consider that when you consider your own efforts to restore community trust. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for your time, Jack. Are there any questions or comments for this delegation? Seeing none, we will move to Sam Hirsch. Hi, Sam. I see you. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Can you hear me? My internet was a bit choppy earlier.
We can hear
Can you hear me now?
Mm-hmm.
Great. Excuse me. I want to start, as some have, by acknowledging that we're on the unceded and unsurrendered territory of the Algonquin people, and take a second to recognize and acknowledge the ongoing colonial violence taking place on Indigenous land against the Wet'suwet'en as RCMP officers in British Columbia continue their assault on their land. If anything, this is a perfect example of the misuse of resources that police are. Instead of using their money to address the massive climate emergency they are facing, where tens of thousands are being displaced due to massive flooding this fall and forest fires this summer, they are instead spending it on trying to evict Indigenous peoples from their land, who are in effect trying to protect the land for everyone. I sit here before you virtually again, as I have many times before, to ask what dozens have just done before me and to demand a freeze to the budget. And no, not a partial freeze, but a full freeze, as you all promised to work towards last year. There have been many excuses made by this board over the past several months as to why they can't move on a budget freeze. 1, they don't have the power focus and for us to focus on higher levels of government. 2, there is nothing to replace the immediate need without police. 3, what to do with traffic enforcement. And 4, and probably the argument that has been used most by this board and certainly by the police services, is the rising costs of inflation, which have already been addressed today. On the first point, you, as well as all of us, know that you have the power to change this budget, and we don't need to go to higher levels of government, though I do agree we should change the Police Services Act. Punting it to another jurisdiction is a weak excuse for a lack of courage. We know that you have the power to look at line items, and that our city council can also tell the police to go back to the table and budget for a decrease. 2, we agree that this is urgent, and that is why we need to reallocate resources right away, and that is what we have been arguing for. Members of this board seem to think that because this is urgent, we should continue doing what we're doing, but that clearly makes no inherent sense at all. Let's give this money to, for example, the 95 organizations that desperately need it. 3, traffic enforcement, a common theme has come up again and again. More police will simply not make our roads safer. The only true way to do that is through preventative methods and to invest in real alternatives to make our roads safer, like more bike infrastructure, for example, or look to other cities that actually do non-police traffic enforcement. It is possible. As someone who has knocked on many doors in this city and has spoken to probably as many residents as some of you in this meeting have, I know speeding is a huge issue. And the fact of the matter is that police don't stop speeding, they only react to it. Lastly, the rising costs of inflation is a poor excuse to continuously raise salaries, especially as one delegate noted, the budget is 24% above the cost of inflation and population growth. The police are some of the only city employees who can be sure they will make their over $100,000 salaries. Well, while need I remind you, over 4,200 part-time staff at the city of Ottawa lost their jobs in April of 2020. And so the board approved an increase last year, and let's see what that increase gave us. Did it give us better mental health outcomes, less speeding, safer streets? No, it gave us the death of a young man, Anthony Oust, at only 23 years of age. It gave us an incident involving 7 young racialized men who were targeted at gunpoint and traumatized for life. And it gave us more stories of sexual violence and police being put on paid leave. This surely, I hope, as a resident, are not the outcomes you or anyone else would hope for in investing in something. And when I make an investment and it goes badly, well, I usually invest it somewhere else. And I know a lot of you are very concerned with fiscal prudence. Now, look, I can go into specific line items to cut, and I know you have asked residents and delegates at this committee to do that and propose, propose those to you like others have. But frankly, that's not my job. That's your job. Your job as a representative is to listen to residents and act accordingly. And residents are saying they don't want others. The residents are saying they want other services to deal with things like mental health calls. Those who have spoken at this board in the past 2 years have already done so much and have given you so many resources and evidence, while the police have shown you nothing but an unscientific survey and a faulty cop by pop statistic. If this were an unbiased conversation, the police budget would have already been reduced and reallocated. So now it's time for you to act and to do your job and look at those line items to cut, because it's not up to us to choose. It's for you to choose. We are saying what we want. You have to act accordingly. And I hope a real investment is made into the community. And before I finish, I'll just say that, I give my solidarity to folks, blockading the intersection at the 417 right now, who are facing, potential police violence right now. So the Ottawa Black Diaspora Coalition and the Criminalization and Punishment Education Project, who have, and I know my time is coming up, but who have taken or have decided to take these measures because this board is not listening to them and because the police services budget keeps going up. If that wasn't the case, they wouldn't feel the need to take these actions, but they do because they feel like they aren't being listened to, and so do we. So thank you, and thanks for hearing me out.
Thanks, Sam. Any questions for this delegation? Seeing none, we will move to Bailey Gauthier.
Hello? Can you guys hear me?
Bailey, you were quiet. You might have to adjust your volume a bit.
Is that any better?
Yeah, speak right into that mic though. It's not great.
Okay, sorry. I'm not sure how to make it a little louder. Yeah, I actually don't know how to do it. I'll just try and speak louder. How's that?
Good.
Okay, cool. Anyway, hi guys. Just nice to see you all. Just again, as it's been 2 years, we've come to this point. Don't balk at freezing the budget. We've come this far. You guys have all come this far. So many people have come out for 2 years to get to this point. I'm just asking you to please just make it on the freezing the budget. Otherwise, it will have a consequence. And you do have an opportunity before you to make a change that will have a lasting effect. And you will help people if you do this. That's the thing not to forget, because the people's lives who are impacted by the violence of policing, whether or not there are good police or bad police, it's the institution itself that is going to be continuing this harm unless we do something now. And you do have that opportunity. The only thing I can say is just one of the big missing pieces and one of the players at the table for the last 2 years has been the Ottawa Police Association, who deals with the salaries, which is the majority of the budget. Without them being here, we will never be able to actually go into what makes those salaries 82% of the budget and why they need to increase. The police also have an obligation to us and to themselves for the wellness of their own members and to make good on what they promised to give to us in exchange for our money. They want to protect our city, they want to make it safer, but you will never be able to throw money on it without addressing the fact that the salaries are the biggest cost. I have to encourage even OPS members to reject the CBA. You do have the power to do that. There's no amount of money that will do wellness on the police that will ever address what rejecting the CBA and really systematically changing what is in your association. Those are the biggest key elements that we're missing from this budget at all times. So I really want to encourage just to remember that, and just the harm that will come if it continues to go with the status quo. Increasing will not make a difference. You have an opportunity to make meaningful change now and be ahead of anything else in this country that could make change possible. Also, I guess that's all I have to say on that. And thank you guys for the 2 years and your time. And just one thing on the OPSB website is the delegation list hasn't been updated. I was just wondering if it was possible to get that updated to the final list. Anyway, that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Bailey, for your delegation today. And our executive director tells me that it has been now updated. So hopefully you'll be able to see it there. Any questions or comments for Bailey? Seeing none, we will move to M. Oh, M asked to hold the delegation, so we will move M to the end of the list and move on to Michael Spratt. Oh, is M there? M, are you there?
I'm having audio problems. I can't hear anything, and I'm having some issues here. So I've asked to go later. I can't hear
we'll
anybody.
put you at the end of the list.
I just don't want to go at the end, please.
Pardon me?
Thanks.
Okay, we can't hear you, so we will move you down the list to the end, and we will move on to Michael Spratt.
Hi, are you guys able to hear me?
We are, Michael. You have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Perfect. Good evening. My name is Michael Spratt, and I'm a criminal defense lawyer here in Ottawa. I've lived and practiced law in Ottawa for about 15 years. I've had the privilege of meeting and listening to and defending thousands of people, many of whom are racialized, marginalized, or otherwise vulnerable, all people who have had interactions with the police. I'm here to tell you that we have a problem with an unaccountable and lawless police force that embodies a culture that's dismissive of some very valid community and, importantly, judicial concerns. This must be at the forefront of your minds when considering whether or not to increase the police budget. There's a universal truth. The police always say they need more money. When crime goes up, they ask for more. When crime goes down, and right now, historically, we're living in one of the lowest crime periods in our history, they ask for more. When marijuana was legalized, they asked for more money, I think, to build a greenhouse. They want money for a tank. They want money to arm every officer with energy weapons. They want money for assault clubs. They want money to have militarized officers at football games. But here's what they're not asking you to fund: accountability, transparency, and meaningful oversight. It's time that you finally had the courage to say no. And I want to provide you an illustration of the type of value you're getting for your money, for our money. I want to help our city leaders understand what your supine position on OPS budgets have enabled. So here's what a judge said in a case of mine from July of this year. I'm quoting from the judge. I'll remove the officer's name, not to provide embarrassment to this officer. Having been arrested for possession of a firearm by the officer, the accused was not read his right to counsel. The Supreme Court of Canada stated in Subaru in 2019 that, quote, the police have a duty to inform a detainee of his or her right to counsel and to instruct counsel, and a duty to facilitate that right immediately upon arrest. That decision was handed down in 2009, 11 years before the arrest in this case, and 7 years before the officer became a police officer. It has thus been law since he had become a police officer. This officer was assigned a task of teaching a recruit officer the practicalities of policing. It is impossible to do that effectively when one's own understanding of such a fundamental duty is flawed. Perhaps it's small wonder then that the recruit officer also delayed in reading rights to counsel, saying, quote, because that was how she was taught. I want to read you a quote from another case of mine. Here it is, quote, in this case, I'm particularly troubled that a sergeant of the Ottawa Police Force, an officer with 30 years of experience, an officer who's in charge of guiding and supporting other officers and providing advice to constables, and an officer who works in general uniform patrol on the streets of Ottawa, was not aware that an accused's right to counsel are engaged upon detention. This is particularly troubling given that the officer said he was unaware of this right. That was from a case I did a decade ago, and nothing has changed. This police force has consistently resisted calls for mandatory, quantitatively evaluated, and ongoing rights training. They train police officers on a yearly basis how to use force and how to kill, but not how to respect rights. Here's the thing. The Ottawa Police don't care about rights and freedoms. They don't listen to me, they don't listen to judges, but they can listen to you through your allocation of money. In 2020, a judge in Ottawa also found that, quote, there's a serious problem with officers in the Ottawa Police Force failing to immediately advise detainees of their right to counsel. And they found that, quote, that was a part of a pattern of a systemic failure of the Ottawa Police. If the police cared about respecting rights, they would take these cases seriously. They would have implemented transparent, ongoing, and objectively evaluated programs to train officers about their constitutional obligations and civil liberties. Now look, this example I gave you is just the tip of the iceberg. There are other similar examples, there are other breaches, there are other problems, but this is enough to conclude that the police and their leadership are indifferent to the law, and they come asking you for more money. Some problems are hard to solve, but the problem of a ballooning and unaccountable police force and a ballooning of their budget is easy to cure. And it starts simply with you having the courage to say no. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you very much, Michael. Are there any questions or comments for this delegation? Seeing none, thanks again for being here, and we will move to Jeffrey Bradley. Hi, Jeffrey.
Good evening. So I'm here today to ask the Police Services Board to freeze the Ottawa Police Services budget to 2021 levels and to develop a plan to reduce it in the future. The costs of policing are ballooning out of control all over the country at a total of 15.7 billion annually and growing exponentially according to Statistics Canada. In Ottawa, this budget is asking for a total of 346.5 million, which is astronomical. Meanwhile, we know policing as an institution is inherently racist, classist, sexist, and homophobic and transphobic, evident through over-policing, abusive surveillance tactics, and violent responses to vulnerable community members. We must be reminded that police do not prevent crime, they react to it. Police are a downstream, not an upstream response to harm. The OPS request for a $14 million budget increase is very disappointing. This proposed increase does not align with the 6 priorities of the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan, which was approved on October 21st by the city's Community and Protective Services Committee to simplify and integrate systems and strategies to address discrimination, marginalization, and racism, financial security and poverty reduction, housing, mental well-being, and gender-based violence and violence against women. I want to applaud the Defunding the Police movement as a powerful group calling for radical transformation in the wake of police violence and brutality against Black, Indigenous, people of color, and other marginalized groups. This activism is not new and has historically and continues to be led by women of color, trans folks, people with disabilities, and sex workers who are struggling for survival and liberation from the oppression of the carceral state. We need to listen to these pleas by reconceptualizing the meaning and function of public safety and humanizing justice. Some of the well-known alternatives to criminalization include restorative and transformative justice. For example, here in Ottawa, we have a collaborative justice program at the Elgin Street Courthouse, which works to address harm by engaging with survivors, people who cause harm, and communities through dialogue, accountability, and compassion. The program, though, continues to suffer financially despite the continued need for its processes and multiple evaluations from Public Safety Canada showing its effectiveness to increase victim satisfaction, changing behaviors of people who cause harm, and working to repair the damages through apologies, folks admitting guilt, restoring property, paying restitution, and giving back to the community. This week is National Restorative Justice Week, so maybe today is a great day to stop investing in policing and reinvest in community-based alternatives. How can we be a compassionate and caring community when our leaders invest in policing over social programs and community-based programs as responses to social issues? Freezing the police budget makes the most logical sense at this juncture, and having that money go towards social services and community-based alternatives is the most effective option. Study after study shows that investing upstream in people will address the root causes of harm by meeting their needs and reducing the risk of criminalization. Please accept the pleas from community members here today. And let's move away and shift away from policing to real community safety. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Jeffrey. Any questions or comments for this delegation? Seeing none, we will move along to May.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can, May. You have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
So at the beginning of this meeting today, there was a point made not to name or place unnamed allegations towards any of the police or board members at the start. Yet I find that quite interesting, considering how police and board members have never had an issue issuing their own allegations against public delegates as liars and aggressors. Additionally, early on tonight, Robin Brown mentioned he could not receive information from the OPS about the incident of violence used against the valued 7 because of privacy concerns. Again, also interesting considering the force seems totally okay with releasing sensitive stories of youth calls to service in particular, to justify their budget and attempt to legitimate their youth strategies and the funds they require for said strategies. This is disgusting for me to hear as someone, an adult who has come to the board and consented and knowingly shared my traumatic experiences with gender violence and revenge porn while a teenager in this city. So I ask you this, did these children and their families consent to their traumatic stories being shared? Do they even know? More specifically, were they consulted before their experience was used to justify a budget increase? My stories, my experiences are some of the reasons policing and criminalization cannot be used to heal my trauma, but instead furthers it. I would not be surprised if some of the people who stand behind these two-dimensional stories would feel the same way as myself, though I cannot specifically speak to these stories because I do not believe consent was considered in the decision to share the experience publicly. If my stories had been shared in this way, I would be broken. This is violent. Funding this violent police force is violent itself as well. When we fund explosive devices under line item police-related supplies 505981, you may see numbers and names for various items. I see Anthony Oust, who was killed in a dynamic entry when explosive devices were used in his home, one that had cameras inside, and who he had an electronic monitoring device strapped to his ankle. Don't tell me increased surveillance will reduce police involvement, enforcement, or violence. When I see the funding allocated to drug enforcement, you may all see an item to pass, maybe an evening. I see Vince Gardner, who was shot dead by Ottawa police during a botched drug raid on a private residence after a series of escalating racist attacks by a neighbor, including having trash dumped in his yard and car headlights smashed. The officer who killed Vince thought his guitar was a gun. You see a line item for pepper spray masked as personal safety. I see Terry Norris, who died after being pepper sprayed by OPS. I also see Wayne Johnson, who fell into the Rideau River and drowned after the Ottawa police pepper sprayed him. When you pass more spending for mental health responses, I see Troy Emerson. Troy was shot dead by police with a gun he aimed at his own head. I also see Charles Cooper, who was killed by OPS when shot with a beanbag gun while he was suffering from a mental health crisis and self-harming with a knife. I also see Abdirahman Abdi, who OPS killed a few years ago during a mental health crisis. So when OPS uses the increase of encampments as a reason for and a key focus of the neighborhood policing, I see Hugh Sties, a citizen without housing who OPS tripped and shoved, leading to a bloody head injury that the public witnessed. When you read stories of gender violence or sexual assault or list them as justifications for the force's spending, I see Julia Kerr. OPS slammed her handcuffed body against a wall repeatedly while in custody. I also see Roxanne Carr and Stacey Bonds, who on different occasions the OPS assaulted and left naked in their cells. When board members demand for more policing on speeding, I see Earl Edwards and I see Stefan Drouin, who the Ottawa police killed in traffic-related stops and enforcements. I also see my disabled, mad, queer, trans, Black, Indigenous, women, immigrant, housing insecure, addicted, friends, loved ones, and community members who I hold dear and who I have not yet met. I see you, you are valuable, you are loved. I know this board and this city makes it hard to believe with the priorities they hold and the way they do not see past numbers or individual stories or acknowledge the historical implication in their actions or the systemic harms they perpetuate as they vote. But I see you. And I believe we need to defund, disarm, dismantle, and abolish the Ottawa Police. I believe our communities' futures are dependent on this, as the money we spend on policing, anti-Indigenous racism, and the climate crisis are inextricably linked. I stand with Wet'suwet'en. The RSCMP holds no legitimate authority on their lands, just as the Ottawa Police Service holds no legitimate authority on these unceded Algonquin lands.
May, if you could wrap up, your time is up.
The least you could do is freeze the 22 budget at 2021 levels.
Thank you, May. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, we will move to Samantha McLeese.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Samantha, you have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
I first want to really thank May for their delegation, and I want to thank everyone who registered to speak today and remind board members that the decision you make tonight has very real and immediate implications for people who are made vulnerable and kept in a state of struggle because of historic and ongoing structural violence. Today is National Housing Day. Another thing to keep in mind as you vote. Police are often called to enforce evictions, and the OPS runs a program that keeps people with criminal records out of the rental housing market and caught up in a cycle of homelessness and incarceration. Beyond that, we heard last week at the Community and Protective Services Committee that organizations like Harmony House are at capacity, leaving women and families without supports at a time when they need it most. The police often mobilize violence against women and gender-based violence as reasons why they need more money and resources. But violence against women organizations in the city are the ones in need of funding. Chair Deans, at that meeting, you said yourself that we cannot police our way out of homelessness. And I think everyone here understands that housing is prevention. So again, please keep this in mind, especially as Ottawa remains in a housing and homelessness emergency that is only getting worse. What I want to focus on for the remainder of my time is the conversation around alternatives and share some thoughts from organizers like Miriam Kaba and folks at Interrupting Criminalization. A reminder that conversations around defunding the police are not new, although it may seem that way. What we're witnessing today is the result of decades of labor from Black, Indigenous, and racialized communities, namely women of color. They continue this work with projects like 1 Million Experiments, to acknowledge that there is not a one-size-fits-all solution to the harms of policing or to social harms more broadly. Residents who come and speak at these meetings are often put on the spot and asked, well, if not police, then what? This question suggests that there is one thing we can create that will replace our current approach of surveillance, policing, criminalizing, and punishing people. We need to understand that no one thing will do that. We must give space for people to express what they need. And honestly, people have been doing that, but they keep being met with hostility and predetermined priorities in poorly written, administered, and analyzed surveys. Yes, there are programs and resources and supports that already exist, and even more that have emerged during the pandemic in response to a growing amount of suffering. But we also deserve space for ongoing creativity and innovation. And it is your job as elected officials and appointed leaders to create the space for that work, create police-free spaces for that work. Communities deserve the flexibility and resources required to respond to always already changing needs and concerns. Neighborhoods and families deserve respect from you and the city to exercise their autonomy to determine what they need to stay safe and what they need to stay alive. Your plan right now remains one of criminalization, surveillance, punishment, and control, none of which contribute to safety or well-being. Instead of only asking, what are the alternatives? We need to ask other questions like, what does safety look like for our communities? And what are the conditions that will lead to safer spaces for everyone? Focus more intentionally on what communities already do outside of the penal system to generate safer spaces, and then figure out what you can do to support that from your positions of power. And believe people when they tell you that policing does not equate safety, that prisons do not equate safety, that criminalization and punishment and surveillance do not equate safety. We don't want alternatives that widen the net. We don't want alternatives that keep people in a state of struggle. We don't want alternatives that insist on cops being at the table. We're asking again for people in this city to imagine something different, something better, something safer. And it's not going to be one single program or model. Experimentation and creativity are key, and we need to lean into that. We must remain in a constant state of dismantling and rebuilding to adapt to a series of always already changing needs and concerns. Flexibility, innovation, creativity, love, care, wellness, compassion, healing, community, collaboration. These are all words and processes and ways of being that we can use to replace policing and punishment. And if you finally make this shift in your questions and in your language and in your expectations, you might find it easier to freeze the budget today.
Is that it, Samantha?
Yes, that's everything.
Thank you very much. Would anyone like to ask a question or make a comment to Samantha? Seeing none, we will go to Philippe Perisseau.
Hey, can you hear me?
We can. You have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Hey, my name is Philip Perzo from Horizon Ottawa. I wanted to speak today because we're again looking at another budget increase for the Ottawa Police Service, $14 million. That's more than last year's increase. I want to make it clear that police are often called when a crime is happening or has already happened, when it's already too late. I also want to make clear that police in Ottawa disproportionately target and harass people of low income and of color. That police have many times harassed and arrested and assaulted people who were doing nothing wrong. This isn't unique to Ottawa. We see this all over the world. How clear do we have to be then? How insistent that if we want to keep our city safe for everyone and not just the white and privileged, we need to look at making sure everyone's basic needs are met, a dignified minimum. Throwing more money at police will do nothing for us. We need to look at preventative measures, eradicating poverty, financial insecurity, homelessness are just a few examples of things that can be worked on now. That requires funding. $14 million is a lot of money. More importantly, though, the OPS doesn't need this money. Other sectors are severely underfunded, and a budget freeze for the OPS would do it no harm. They're raising our bus fares. Again, disproportionately, people who take the bus are lower income. Why then are we making life harder for them? Desperation leads to desperate measures. It's sad that I even have to mention this, but with the house prices, rent, overall inflation, the cost of education, etc., it's getting really hard to breathe in Ottawa. Okay, so let's assume you really don't care about the people who fall through the cracks, since that's clearly the message you're giving out at the moment with throwing more money at cops yearly and increasing our bus fares. Say it was the environment you care about. The council declared a climate emergency after all. Why then are we making the bus less accessible, but spending millions more on cops and road expansions? If we instead reduced spending on police and reallocated the money for social housing, mental health services, safe, unionized careers, shouldn't that be the obvious course of action, the obvious priorities? This council keeps disappointing me. Ottawa's my home, but I'm tired of paying taxes just to see them being spent this way. Do the right thing. Spend the money elsewhere. You can improve thousands of lives this way. I yield my time.
Thank you very much, Philippe. Any questions or comments for this delegation? Seeing none, we will go to Julia Falco.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. You have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Today, I'd like to touch on a few items, including the police budget and the youth calls for service. So I want to start by expanding off of what some of the other delegates have spoken to tonight in terms of these extremely concerning youth calls for service that have been published publicly, including identifying information and details of cases between cops, students, and administrators at schools. I would really like to know if the board is aware of this information being shared, as May said, likely without the consent of the students or the families involved. There are many instances in this documentation, quote, warning children about child pornography, which sounds a lot like threatening to criminalize children. With the SRO program gone, this sounds a lot like police are now finding creative ways to target, surveil, and harass students. There are many instances where teachers, principals, and VPs are sharing information with cops, and now we're seeing this information being published. In this way, has never been more clear that police are predators in this way. This is a violent disruption to people's and to young people's, to students, privacy and well-being, and is really creating more harm. So I urge this board to look into this. And then, as many other delegates have spoken to, at last time this year, we were all, many of us at least, were in the same virtual room. And this board passed the 2021 budget after 2 very lengthy meetings where we heard for like almost 100 members of our community demanding that the board scrap the planned 13.2 million increase in spending. And you told us that you could not make a $13 million cut so soon. So we showed up. We continued to show up in many different ways over the last year. And, there's been different reasons that have been shared as to why this budget is being presented with another raise today. And so I just want to go back to some of the key things that we heard from this board. So you expressed last year that there was concern after those meetings about an erosion of trust after the budget passed. And, we have quotes from CDC, from CTV, where different board members expressed that, you can't just a few days before you pass a police budget, decide to reduce the numbers by $13 million. We don't want to do business as usual. We recognize that we need to move a long way. I think we want to push the envelope and we want to push hard, end quote. But now OPS is asking for a $14 million increase. As prior delegates have explained, you have the power to change the budget, and it's very incoherent inflation and population growth rates. This is urgent. It was a year ago, and it is even more so today. Resources can be allocated right away. There are people and communities already doing life-saving work. And so this leads our communities to continue to see that OPS is not about community. It's about business. This budget is not about change or accountability. It's about using new ways and new packages and new framings to do the same thing. OPS is not about safety or quality of life. It's about criminalization, and it's about violence. You've had nearly 365 days since the last police budget vote. You've had 52 weeks, you've had 12 whole months, you've had an entire year. After today, you can't say that you forgot. You won't be able to say that you made a mistake or two, but there's time and there's more opportunities to do it better, to do it right. I don't even know if you'll be able to say that you tried, because today you are making a choice, and I urge you to freeze the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. Any questions or comments for this delegation? Seeing none, we will move on to Christopher Arnold.
Testing my audio. Hello.
Hello, we can hear you, Christopher. You have 5 minutes,
And
please.
I can start my video. Hello.
Hello.
Thank you. I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak to you, for your attention for the next minute or two. I want to respect that the officers, the uniformed officers here, it's probably pretty difficult to sit and listen to some of what you've heard. I respect you in your role. My comments are more systemic than associating with individual officers. I have police officers in my circle that I love and respect, so it isn't personal to you, but it does seem to be something that I thought meritorious of my time and attention to share with you today. So my objective, of course, is to get the majority of this board to show some courage to deny the police the increase that they're seeking. Courage might be the wrong word. 73, I thought it interesting in some of my research for today that 73% of respondents to the police's own survey want resources shifted away from police to community services. So it's not courage to simply do what the people want. You joined this board and followed your careers to help people, and in particular in your current role, is to reflect the views of the community. It's clear to many in the community, and you're hearing it loud and clear tonight, and I think from what other people are saying, you've been hearing it for 2 years, that police in almost all of its areas of jurisdiction is the wrong tool for the job. It's a slight oversimplification, but one could see police as an entity whose training is primarily the professional use of violence. Yet in 2021, so little of the complex problems and issues that present in Ottawa today respond well or at all to violence. In fact, we can see with our own eyes how this training and this focus actually causes great harm. Policing needs a rethink. Policing needs a wake-up call. At the very least, I implore this body to send the most mild of wake-up calls to the police through the denial of the increase. Many people you've heard tonight have spoken about complete defunding and the complete abolition of the police force. That's not what's on the table tonight. All that's on the table tonight is the wake-up call that I've referred to earlier. And not to be too provocative to the elected members of the body that I'm speaking to, but 2022 is on the horizon. Ottawans are paying attention, and it would seem to be a no-brainer to me to not insult the overwhelming majority of your 2022 voters who have specifically said, shift resources away from the policing envelope. And so voting for an increase would be kind of flipping the bird to that 73%. I just want to say with further gratitude for the people that have already presented before me, many of them showing great dedication and love for this community that I too have. Noteworthy were the people from Vivek earlier on. I also thought it quite interesting, the point brought up by Inez Hillel, that that police being involved in inappropriate responses systemically required by their job is so damaging and harmful to them. And I noticed the survey, the internal survey, was so revealing about how damaging to the officers themselves to be caught in these situations. Anyway, thank you very much for your time. And again, I hope you find the courage to, as I say, send that wake-up call.
Thank you very much, Christopher, for your delegation here this evening. Are there any questions or comments for Christopher? Seeing none, thank you again. We'll move to King Kimbit.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Chair Deans. I would like to start off by greeting all of the delegates as well as everyone in this meeting. And I have been at the Ottawa Police Board meeting a few times, starting around this time last year. I want to bring attention to youth services and art services in hopes that the board members will vote against the budget increase and freeze the budget. So I am an artist and arts worker, and I mentioned a program last year when I came that I was involved in organizing and facilitating. It's a drop-in writing and performance workshop for youth. And over the course of our meetings, eventually I had mentioned that the facilitators needed to take a break since we were all burning out, as we all have been volunteering our time for this work. And I'm set to update you now that after our break, we have come back as facilitators. We tried to rehash and restructure the program. However, our capacities were extremely limited and our program had to fold. As well, I am on a different board that has also a different arts board that service marginalized folks, namely people with disabilities. So that board has also folded for many reasons, one of which including burnout. And I want to reiterate what a fellow delegate mentioned earlier about why do community workers and people who provide services need to jump through hoops to get funding. I mentioned in a previous meeting the difficulties it was for me to apply and not receive the funding for a year. And I also wanted to bring back the valued 7, which for those who don't know, thank you delegates for mentioning them as well. I'll just read a statement here. On December 27th, 2020, at approximately 7 p.m., 7 Black men, who are now known by the valued 7, they also to mention they were in the age range that would be eligible to participate in the youth groups that I was running. So these young men were meeting up to do some art, to shoot a video, and within 20 minutes of gathering, more than 15 Ottawa Police Service vehicles pulled up to the scene and officers jumped out pointing pistols and long rifle guns at the young men. Also want to point out these are young Black men, and most of the individuals were searched multiple times except for the one who presented as white passing. I wanted to inquire if there was any reparations made for these young men who had been traumatized by the police. I also want to reiterate the Asilo Collective, who worked very hard to get SROs out of schools. And as delegates mentioned earlier, this does not necessarily remove the involvement of cops. For example, if they're hanging around in parks visibly in front of the students who have been fighting hard to not have to deal with the trauma of that. There are suggestions from students themselves for where reallocation can happen. Instead of towards the police, funding could go to staff additions, for example, Black, African, diasporic, or Indigenous racialized staff, such as counselors, social workers, psychologists, community health workers, peer support, people trained in nonviolent crises intervention, more racialized teachers with equity, diversity, and inclusion training who use anti-carceral methods of intervention and support. They also list some mental health suggestions and different types of workers who can be involved in this that are non-police, social services, and infrastructure, and miscellaneous. This report is public and can be found on the Asilo Collective website. I also, wanted to mention that
your time is up. Could you please wrap up?
Sure. I forgot to mention that in the youth group I mentioned previous, there was a student who had a parent that worked in the OPS, and I was told about how racist they were being towards the student parents. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, we will move to Lorna LeMay and Daniel Marcus from the Canadian Institute for Conflict Resolutions.
I'm going to concede the first couple of minutes to my colleague, Daniel Marcus. He'll go first, and then I will go second. Go ahead, Daniel.
Thank you, Lorna. Good night, members of the OPS board. Thank you for your attention to all the important issues public delegates have been sharing tonight. My colleague Lorna and I want to share a few ideas related to your public consultation policy from our 33 years of experience with the Canadian Institute for Conflict Resolution and the partnerships with organizations such as the Ottawa Police, Bylaw, Ottawa Community Housing, Community Health, Resource Centers, City Councilors. With many practitioners and institutions, we have worked together with the focus on building trust and sustained capacity to resolve conflicts. And I wanted to share 4 examples. From 1995 to 1999, the Ottawa Police had a community-based conflict resolution training program where all new police recruits were provided with a 2-day training program with equal number of teenagers. So they were paired, one police recruit with one teenager. It was called Cops and Kids. And while training that training together, they were also transformed in their relationships. One-on-one, some of them invited them to their graduation, and they were transformed as a community in the long term. On another occasion, after 10 situations for a political protest here in downtown in Ottawa, a dialogue was facilitated by CICR trainers and directors with the different parties to resolve the issues beforehand in a positive manner, to rehumanize all the actors involved with the common interest of the same safe outcome. This led to the 2010 book, Beyond Control, a mutual respect approach to protest crowd police relations, with Bernd Redekop and Shirley Pare. For the past decade, bylaw officers have referred cases of neighborhood conflict to volunteer mediators and coaches of the Community Mediation Ottawa program, connecting them to more restorative and preventive intervention practices that they wouldn't have access before. And police officers who have gone through third-party neutral training over the past decade have expressed how that sort of training has impacted their values, even their vocation as police officers, in building competencies that allow them to clarify their mandate and role with community members in a way that fosters dignity, trust, inclusion, and respect in all their relationships. These approaches have helped mend and restored affected and broken relationships, even with some issues that were with First Nations communities. Tonight, we have been hearing the urge to reallocate resources to be meaningful for the community. And we are asking you to revisit all those successful initiatives where OPS has built community partnerships that have led to improved community safety and well-being and improved trust and confidence in policing from the side of the communities. Pass the microphone to you, Lorna.
Thank you. Thank you, Daniel. Good evening, Madam Chair and honored members of the board. Just to pick up where my colleague left off, this has been a long time and very deep partnership that we have had, but that is not to say that we are not third-party neutrals. There's an expertise in that neutrality, in that mediative approach, and that peace-building approach that we bring to the work. and to really bring this to life for you. We're nearing the end of a program that we launched in partnership with the Congolese community and Ottawa Police. We hosted the space and created the space to build an approach that was based on community needs, based on Ottawa Police Service needs, and it was incredible. We did a consultation to figure out what are the needs here. We had a joint committee to design the way forward. What does this look like? We held healing circles for the community to think about what they needed to do, to let go of harm, to embrace the way forward. We also finished a joint dialogue. This was 2 weeks ago, a joint dialogue between the Ottawa Police and the Congolese community. The key here is we laid all the groundwork ahead of time. All that work was done. By the time we walked into that room, we had more to do together, but there was a willingness to embrace this together. And I know there were a few folks here that I see on the screen who in fact were actually part of that dialogue and could probably speak to it. Some people walked in with the word, I want justice. That same young man walked out with the words on his lips, hope. Now I have hope. There was a bridge built across these parties. The next piece of this is, how do we make this sustainable? That's a moment in time. How do we sustain this? We sustain this by capacity building, continuing to build the bridges between Ottawa Police and the Congolese community. You could substitute any marginalized community in there.
And your time is up. If you could please stop up.
I will, thank you. To build capacity between these two sides so that they can continue to be ambassadors for peace in the community and continue to build and share. Thank you very much.
Thank you both for your delegation tonight. Member Johnson has a question.
Yes, I actually really have more of a comment than a question. So thank you both. I had the honor of attending this community dialogue and am really grateful for all I heard at the dialogue from the community members. And thank you for all your work in setting that up. It was, really just, I didn't know everything that had gone into that. So that's good to hear as well. As, I think there is maybe some hope in this dialogue that this can be done with other communities, and then that can help to build the trust. Just one more comment maybe was that there was a big discussion around the word trust and what that meant to everybody there. And I thought that was a really important conversation. I never had such a long talk about it. How do you see the next steps in this?
Okay, the next steps I see as being continuing to build the relationships between the Congolese community and the Ottawa Police by bringing them together to learn to be conflict aware and peace builders in the community, so that they have collaborative relationships and they go forward with skills that they can continue to act as ambassadors within the community, not only to bring things forward before they get to a violent level, but to also act as those peace builders. Daniel, did you have to add anything? No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments for the delegation? Seeing none, thank you both again for being here. We will Move to Deidre Moore. Is Deidre on the call? No?
You want to take a break?
Okay, Deidre is not on the call, so M is on the call. M was having, you'll recall, some internet issues earlier. So M, I'm going to call you now, and then after M's delegation, we will take our break.
Hi, can everybody hear me?
We can. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay. Please never speak on behalf of Black people ever again. That was so violently racist. Now I'm going to play my recording. Thank you very much for your time today, and you can refer to me as M. I'm here to ask that this board vote against the proposed draft budget and instead only approve a freeze. Such a failure in the misconduct process, the reporting of misconducts. If you've ever tried to report a misconduct of a police officer and experienced that, you know that they're not obligated to tell you what happens once that report is made and if there's any punishment, and that the chief can decide whether the misconduct is serious enough or not to require punishment. And the only way you can find out anything is you have to submit a request to access information, which who has time for that when they're just trying to survive and trying to get past the trauma, but also want to see justice. There is no justice for us, for the people who are in the dark corners of these systems, the judicial system, the policing system, and the social services. A lot of us aren't seen as people who matter, aren't seen as people who have value. And as somebody who's definitely encountered that many times, it's hard to really sit here knowing that you won't do a damn thing about it today unless you have the courage. We don't want police partnerships. There's no way that we can hold them accountable. They've shown that. The misconduct that was found on the 2 police officers who were supposed to call a woman officer to help me and who weren't supposed to place me in the back of the truck and who just dropped me off at the next shelter and who yelled at me knowing full well that I was in the middle of a dissociation episode, yelling at me to sign papers, knowing full well that I was disabled. And they got away with it because he was higher up on the seniority list. They get away with it every day. Why should we even trust them to come in here? There's no way to reform that culture. I have a brother who's an officer, and I know that unfortunately he went into the police system thinking that he would eliminate the threats, which is the bad people, and protect the good people. But somewhere along the line, they stopped being able to tell the bad people from the good people, and they stopped understanding that bad people, bad stuff lives in all of us, and that we can have rehabilitation and help. It's not about eliminating the threat. It's not about just killing someone on sight or knocking them dead on sight. It's like they had never heard of de-escalation practices. And it's sad to me, because we are seen as vermin. The unhoused and everything, we're seen as vermin who they hope that the streets will just sort themselves out, the gangs will just sort themselves out, and they don't have to touch it, but they can take all the, credibility and, the congratulations for their heroism for stopping drug transactions and trafficking and all that. All I can tell you as somebody who's been trafficked and somebody who's been in a women's shelter, that the police were always a direct threat to me, to my livelihood, to my safety. And they never helped me once. They were the ones who escorted you off the hospital premises because the white psychologist man, didn't want to see you. Didn't believe that there was such a thing as Black mental health. Yes, I have records of that. They're the ones who show up, I guess, as a neighborhood resource team or mental health unit, showing up 3 days later after I've seen a psychologist, hovering over me to say that, they're here in my best interest, yet they're hovering over me and there's 3 police officers and 1 mental health professional saying that they're here to check up on me when it's scary and I have nobody else there but myself and I wasn't expecting anyone. Based on a report from 3 days ago. And if you want to see how well they de-escalated that, I have a video to show you, and it's really sad. And it's sad to see myself like that. But I don't want cops inside my house, especially in the past, when they've come in without warrants. You understand that that's completely possible, right? Please do not approve this budget. Stop allowing them to blow up their funds. Listen and see the Ottawa Police Association leader for what he is. He does not stand with the same values as us, as you, who wants improvement here. They just want to contain their control and their thin blue line, internalized heroic image and self-view. And I don't want to suffer for it anymore. I don't want other people to suffer for it. Freeze the budget today. Thank you very much for your time today and to everyone on the call. And let me remind you of the 10 demands from the Ottawa Black Diaspora
Adrian, unfortunately, I'm gonna.
Ottawa Police Services.
I just need 10
budget,
seconds.
create a community-based inquiry
Thank you,
process to
Diana.
end violent dynamic entries, police mental health checks, and sexual assaults by police, create specific resources and supports for Black and Indigenous students facing violence in schools, and the school resource officer program across all Ottawa boards, increase targeting funding for Black and Indigenous-led community projects and organizations, targeted policy, funding, and education initiatives to put an end to anti-Black and anti-Indigenous violence and neglect in the healthcare system, increase funding for public services directed at Black and Indigenous community, implement an affordable housing plan to provide low-income families with safe, clean, and stable housing, and police involvement in mental health and addictions response.
So I'm going to end that early because I want that woman to apologize to all Congolese in this city who I've grown up with. How dare you even put words in their mouth? Like, she shouldn't be speaking on behalf of them. She needs to apologize. This is why we don't even want to show up at this table. I was here last year and I never want to hear her speak on behalf of us again.
I was very
Dégueulasse.
tolerable with your time, but I'm going to hold it there. Have to be fair to everyone. Thank you. We're now going to take our break. I'm not sure. I think we said 10 minutes. It's 6:36. I'm going to ask you to come back at 6:50. And we will resume at 6:50. So enjoy your short break, everyone, and we'll resume at 6:50.
Thank you.
Are the board members back? Can you just let, oh, Robert is, Delegate is, anyone else?
Yep, I'm back.
Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. We have a quorum, so I think we
I'm
are.
back too.
Okay, perfect. We have a quorum. We're going to continue. So I'm going to call Deirdre Moore again. Okay, I don't think Deirdre is here, so we're going to move along to Frederick Langlois. Okay, so Frederick isn't on the call, so we're going to move to Jalil. Oh, Jalil, I don't know how to say your last name. Oh, Jalil, canceled. Okay, so we'll move to Abrar Almi.
Hi, can you hear?
Hi, we can hear you. You have 5 minutes. Please proceed.
All right, sweet. So hey, Abrar Elmi, nice to see you all here. So yeah, I'm a resident here in Vanier, and I spoke last time. And I don't know, I guess I kind of just, I feel a little discouraged that I'm here again, but here we are. I really did think perhaps we could be freezing it this time around. I guess we'll see. My hopes are not high, but I guess I just had some reflections as I was listening. I just think it's interesting, just how what our information, like how our information is like received by you, and how it just seems like when people who look a certain way and speak in a very like, let's say logical, reasonable kind of way, they're received better, it sounds like. And I think it's unfortunate that this like decorum kind of thing is being brought up just because like this is incredibly emotional. Like what we're talking about is not just like logic and facts, and like these are things that impact people's lives. These are very like high emotion. I think the board needs to have the skills to steel themselves to be able to receive very emotional, perhaps like rude or angry or like whatever it is. And so that's just one aside that it just seems unfortunate to limit that because it's not like respectable or whatnot. But moving on. So like I study counseling, and so I've been thinking a lot about how we go about this. So you're all people, of course, and I keep thinking like, why has change not happened yet? And well, first of all, it's not just you as people, it's like these systems that back you up and these systems of power, but on like a person-to-person level, like you guys are gonna make the decision to vote. And I'm wondering, like, why is it that we have made these choices? It seems like everyone agrees that like police are not equipped to do mental health services. There should be other services. We all know that police can't solve houselessness. I feel like we agree on these things. So why is it that we're voting differently or having these different kinds of opinions on it? And I go back to it on a human level. And I think that it, in some ways, like, I think we are being empathetic. I think we all are being empathetic and compassionate, but it's who are we directing this compassion and empathy to? Who are these people that get to have our empathy? And I think here where we're thinking about the police officers quite a bit, this board and then the OPS is very concerned about, you know, the mental health of the police officers. What happens if, you know, we can't hire more, or if they are reduced capacity, or God forbid they get fired and they don't have a job. But that's just baffling to me that there's so much concern for these people who are causing harm, a lot of the harm, and they cannot solve these societal issues, and yet we're funding them instead. And I think, like, you know, what's the worst that could happen if these people do lose their jobs? Like, what are we afraid of? Are we afraid that maybe, you know, they won't be able to make a living? Will they be living in poverty? Will they be homeless? Will they struggle with substances, struggle with mental health? And it's like, these are the exact kinds of people that the OPS over police. It's just kind of funny that like that's such a consequence, and it's a real issue, and yet we're diverting really important funds to the police to just exacerbate this harm, to escalate it. And I guess I am appealing to your empathy to shift it a little bit away from like the service members and to shift it away to the community. And like I don't know, I'm just trying to understand. I just wonder what is in your minds, because I feel like we understand on like a logical level, but is it like this brotherhood, this I wish I had the answers. I really don't. And I'm just upset. I'm just upset is what I'm saying. And I hope that we can always make room for that. And I hope that in your hearts, you can understand that, you know, the people who really need your empathy, really need your compassion, really need, not just that, you are in positions of power. It's not just, I can extend empathy. I'm not in power. I'm not making these choices to actually align your values with your decision-making power. And hopefully together we can make better communities for people and make it safer. And yeah, it would suck if people couldn't make a living. Totally. If the OPS, like if you lost your job, it sucks. But that's not the point. We can't just employ people in harmful situations who are creating harm because it would suck if they lost their job. Those are not compatible. That's not the concern. The concern is like, are they doing their job? Whatever that job is, and are they producing harm? They are. So let's easily divert that and let's deal. This is not a human resources issue. It shouldn't be. This is just about how we're allocating our funds, our limited funds as a society, and where are we prioritizing things. So
your 5 minutes is up. If you could please wrap up.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for hearing me, Chair. I appreciate that. I just have feelings, and I appreciate taking the time and just consider who you're extending your empathy to. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being here and for your presentation. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you again. And we will move to Jacob Mitchell.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, Jacob. Yes, we can. You have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
All right. Good evening, everybody. I won't take up too much time, but I would like to speak on the tabled budget and why I believe the board should freeze and not increase it. As many delegates have already brought up today, I would like to speak on the topic of prevention with the story that is close to me. So in 2007, my mother and stepfather, they were walking home from a concert, and that night they were mugged at knife point. They were both very much so injured and by the cuts, and they required EMS, and my mom actually even needed surgery. Thankfully, it wasn't any worse than that. They called the police and immediately were taken for care and statements. In the following weeks, the emphasis by the investigator was to quote unquote kind of catch these guys. But this was really jarring to my mother, who saw them as victims of a system that would just make things worse if they were caught. My mother, as a medical psychotherapist and previously worked in an inner city community health center in the 90s with a focus on health promotion and prevention in her roles. So that meant always advocating against cuts to these extremely, extremely vital services that she was witnessing at the time. The people who mugged my parents, they were kids. They were kids from an underserved community that the city frankly failed. OPS did not prevent a crime that night, but a system that includes after-school programs, meaningful opportunities for work, and just an overall growing and vibrant community may have. Instead of hearing out an informed victim and a community member, the investigator laughed at her suggesting prevention, and he made it clear there was no meaningful place to take her well-informed ideas. So much time has passed since that incident, yet policing in the city is nearly identical and the budget continues to balloon. When a city continues to neglect and underfund communities, especially the youth, it is not preventing crime, it is actively creating spaces for it to manifest. The social determinants of health and simple crime prevention measures suggest that when people's needs are met, such as income, healthcare, safe housing, and just other social supports, these are some of the most critical factors that can create a healthy and happy city. More cops on the street is not the solution for this. I truly find it absurd and that the city of Ottawa will allocate just $25 million to over 90 social service agencies and just $15 million for more affordable housing in the midst of a housing crisis. In comparison, OPS, the budget would balloon nearly to $400 million in the proposed budget. If we want to make the city safe and inclusive for everyone, we need to fund people and not cops. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Jacob, for your time and for being here tonight and for your delegation. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you again. We will move to Irvin Waller.
Well, this has been an amazing set of presentations, and I'm not quite sure what I can add to what has been said. My main worry is that you have broken your promise to keep the police budget down in considering this increase, and that you have no way of stopping proposals for an increased budget next in 2023. So what can you do to make sure that Ottawa gets the community safety, that evidence means that it can be achieved? So my main proposal is that you recommend that the City of Ottawa establish a small task force with people from community services and police to look at changes to the community safety and wellbeing plan, to the OPS budgets, and also to the OPS strategic plan. And what this would need to do is to look at the actions that are needed to achieve significant reductions in identified priorities. And the OPS survey identified 4 concerns that included mental health, that included addictions, that included gun violence, violence against women, and traffic safety. These need to be in the community safety wellbeing plan, and they are to some extent, but they need to be identified. This task force needs to look at the research and evidence, as well as the expertise, access the expertise already engaged in the city. Vivek's work on alternative community approaches to dealing with mental health crisis is simply amazing. I've not seen this done in any other city in the countries I work. We've also had a rethinking community safety proposal that basically set out why investment should be made in programs that are basically community social services. But we also have a significant amount of scientific evidence that is just not being accessed either by the police or by the agencies that can actually reduce violence and improve community safety. We also have examples of cities like Glasgow in Scotland that has actually reduced violence by 50% within 3 years. And this has influenced the City of London, England, that has set up a violence reduction unit modeled on that, using evidence as well as much of what has been talked about today. And it needs to identify measurable outcomes. Now, if the city started doing this in my area, which is primarily stuff that is clearly identified as violent and property crime, the city should be able to achieve within the next 4 years, yes, the next 4 years, a 50% reduction in homicides, shootings, and gender-based violence. It should also be able to reduce, this on its own would reduce police interactions with Indigenous, Black, and disadvantaged groups. And over time, this would enable you to reduce the police budget and, importantly, reduce the need for the provincial government to invest in prisons. And there's a large amount of money available if they stopped building prisons. And of course, the federal government could be putting significant money in as well. Let me just mention very briefly scientific evidence that's available from the World Health Organization, the British College of Policing, the recent Violence Commission in England. It identifies several cost-effective strategies, and I think that task force particularly needs to look at cost-effective ways of achieving measurable reductions in everything from drug overdoses to mental health crises to street gang violence to violence against women. And it identifies specific things that should be inspiring what we're doing, and I'm not pulling back from what the Rethinking Community Safety has suggested or Vivek has suggested, but these are things like street workers, like financial incentives, and programs like SNAP. I could go on for some time. I just want to repeat what one of the other speakers mentioned. This stuff is popular. It's interesting to note that the Mayor of London, who's adopted a invest in tackling the causes, was recently re-elected. Yes, re-elected. He was getting some funding from his
Professor
national.
Waller, your time is up. Could you wrap up, please?
Okay, well, I've made the main points. This is popular, and the OPS survey shows 73% of respondents wanting this. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your presentation. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you again. And we will move to Azubala Shaitan Regime. Not sure they're on the call, so we'll just check. No, they're not. So we'll move to Hermona Coalition. Is the Hermona Coalition on the call? No. So we will move to Isha Diaspora from the Ottawa Black Diaspora Coalition.
Hello, can you all hear me?
We can. Go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Hello, my name is Isha, and what I'm presenting to you today is on behalf of the Ottawa Black Diaspora Coalition and the Criminalization and Punishment Education Project. Last year, on November 18, 2020, KZ Land Protectors, Justice for Abdirahman Abdi Coalition, and OBDC blocked the Nicholas and Laurier intersection to demand a freeze to the 2021 Ottawa Police Services operating budget. We held the blockade for 36 hours before a surprise ambush by police led to 12 civilians being arrested, detained, and harassed by officers. We call it an ambush because as we protested in the streets and made our demands, we had requested a meeting with this board in hopes of having an important dialogue about historical and existing violence policing inflicts on our communities. We were left unanswered after being promised a meeting. 1 year later, and Ottawa residents continued to attend OPSB meetings month after month, begging to be heard. Since last December, after receiving an overwhelming majority of deputations at your meeting, Chair Diane Dean stated the board would commit to freezing the 2022 police budget. Since the global outcry that followed George Floyd's murder in May 2020, institutions worldwide have reflected on the ways in which they can do better to integrate Black perspectives and experiences into their organizations. The Ottawa Police Services Board is no different and has sought the services of PACE Consulting to address existing gaps in the board's mandate in order to better serve Black and Indigenous residents. The first step is very simple. Keep your promises. Unlike the members of this board, we do not have the luxury of simply exiting our emails and shutting our minds off to the murders of Abdirahman Abdi and Anthony Ost. The memory of their deaths follow us every day, everywhere we go. We cannot afford to sit back silently as we continue to be ignored by a mayor who acts like the intersections between the 2SL LGBTQIA+ community and Black people do not exist. Unlike you, we cannot allow for our community members who have been neglected in carceral systems that have no obligation or capacity to rehabilitate, rot. We cannot allow for housing, transit, education, health, childcare, social programs, mental health, and addiction supports, and more to be defunded. Policing does not prevent crime, it is built to perpetuate it. A vote in favor of a budget increase is a vote against the BIPOC community's survival. Note that we have every intention to continue responding to the active threats made against us. We have been left with no other choice. The demands of the OBDC are as follows. 1, to freeze the 2021 Ottawa Police Services operating budget. 2, create a community-based inquiry process to end violent dynamic entries, police mental health checks, and sexual assaults by police. 3, create specific resources and supports for Black, Indigenous students facing violence in schools. 4, end the school resource officer program across all Ottawa school boards. 5, increase targeted funding for Black and Indigenous-led community projects and organizations. 6, targeted policy, funding, and education initiatives to put an end to anti-Black and anti-Indigenous violence and neglect in the healthcare system. 7, increase funding for public services directed at Black and Indigenous communities. 8, implement an affordable housing plan to provide income families with safe, clean, and stable housing. 9, end police involvement in mental health and addiction responses. 10, reallocate and invest funds in community-led public safety initiatives. These demands are published and are available on the OBDC website. That is all.
Thank you very much, Aisha. Seeing no questions or comments, we will move to Lise Pascal Inamucho.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, you have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Yes, I want to first thank everyone who presented before me and who has yet to present. My name is Lise Pascal Inamucho. I grew up in Lower Town, and I don't have time to be here every time there's a meeting because I have to find a way to make ends meet. But I had to make the time today, this evening, for this meeting because I'm forced to be here because I have to be, because I don't see people listening to the community as they should. The police narrative minimizes this movement by saying that it's just advocates, just a small group of unhappy people, rebels, saying that the police needs to be defunded. And it's not true because based on your own survey, close to 1/3 of the people you serve have little to no trust in your services. And I'm just a regular person, I'm not an expert, and I'm not happy about what I'm seeing. Enough hypocrisy. If you want to rebuild trust with the community, it's not by identifying a friendly community group or friendly community groups in the community by holding events and things like that. You need to look at the ask of those who seriously and consistently have been making realistic and well research-based asks that will benefit not only the community, but also will help you in your work at the end. You also benefit from it. So we need to support the defunding the police movement that's looking at reallocating the funds to the community services that really, really needs it. And do it the same way we support gender equity movements, anti-racism, anti-Black racism movements, because it's the same thing. And Freeze Okra, thank you very much for sharing your story. There are deep levels of discrimination also within the police. I've been talking to some of them. And the idea that you can, think about protecting us when you can't even protect your own is insanity. If you want to really build trust with us, the community, listen carefully to our ask. Don't dismiss it. Don't patronize us or ignore us, because if you're not going to even acknowledge us, then that means you are ignoring us and only going to work with those who are friendly to you. So that's not how you build trust. You build trust with those who have an issue with you, not those who do not have any issue with you. And Farnaz said it so well. And I will conclude with this by saying, by allowing this to happen, you are using public money to silence victims. Any questions?
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Seeing none, we appreciate you being here and appreciate your delegation. Have a good evening, and we will move to Bill Wanek.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Hello, everyone. My name is Billy Wanek. Thank you for having me. I agree and second many of the things previous speakers have said. I agree with them that the police budget should be frozen, not increased, and that further in the future, the police budget should be redirected to community services for better service and an actual reduction in crime by targeting and fixing the real cause of criminality, which is poverty. My asserted points will be related to the cost of policing and how that money is not being effectively used by being in the police budget. First, Mayor Jim Watson makes $196,000 a year. Premier Doug Ford makes $209,000 a year. So why then does Chief of Police Peter Slowly make $359,000 a year? That's a 71% increase over our Premier and even more over our Mayor. How can this disparity be justified? Is it harder to run a police force compared to a whole city or the whole province? Or does this show the reality of who has power in the system? Second, the police services 2022 budget of $385 million is 9.3% of the city budget. To compare, this is 6.5 times that of the Ottawa Public Library. The OPL is constantly understaffed and overworked, and the OPS freeze could be much better spent there and in other community services. Third, according to the Ottawa Police Service's own crime trends report, there were 42,675 total Criminal Code of Canada offenses recorded in 2019. With a 2019 budget of $345 million, that's roughly $8,084 per incident. This seems high, and that money could be used elsewhere. Fourth, according to the Internet Archive Wayback Machine, which has archived police reports, I'll say it's curious that all the years aren't easily accessible from the police website. I was able to put together the following data. So the rates per 100,000 people of total Criminal Code of Canada offenses. In 2011, there were 3,922. In 2016, that dropped to 3,410 offenses. And in 2019, that rose a little bit to 4,241. I can only assume the police budget has been increasing this whole time, and from earlier delegations, we know that to be true. So what is the use of increased police funds if crime is decreasing this whole time with respect to population? A much better solution to reduce crime is by freezing the budget, detasking the police force, and refunding the community. Lastly, of note, the clearance rate in 2019 was 33.8%. The police only solve 1 in 3 Criminal Code of Canada offenses at a cost of about $24,253 per cleared incident. Literally anything else would be a better use of this money. Board members, I ask you, along with all of these delegates, to freeze the budget. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Bill, for taking the time and sharing your thoughts with the board tonight. Are there any questions or comments for this delegation? Seeing none, thank you again, and we will move to Emma Mitchell.
Hello.
Hi, Emma. You have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. I have a prepared statement. However, in light of how things have been going this evening, I think I'm going to skip a few of my points and speak a little more candidly and from the heart. I think many of the delegates before me have already spoken to the social determinants of health and have addressed it very well. And I just like to echo what people have said before me, that housing, food security, income security, affordable housing, healthcare, and access to entertainment and solid social networks really impact how your quality of life and living. And so I'm not going to take too much time on that because I don't think I can add anything better. Creating a happier, healthier, community creates a safer community for everyone. You know, and to get to my next point, I think people have already echoed or said this, and I'll just echo it, that police officers really aren't equipped to respond to every type of crisis. You know, you can't expect an officer to effectively respond to a mental health crisis. They simply do not have the years of schooling and training that those types of professionals have. They're just not interchangeable. I don't mean to disrespect or offend anyone. However, you wouldn't call a mechanic to an operating table. That's just not how it works. So as people have already said, the survey shows that while people may disagree on how and where the funding should go, we do all agree that, or 73% of the people who responded to the flawed survey that lacked the voices of the Black, Indigenous, people of color who are most likely to interact negatively with OPS, they did still agree that OPS is being asked to do too many things and respond to too many things, and that those tasks should be taken away and rediverted to people who are equipped to handle those types of crises. Now, I'm going to move on to some things that, you know, I have noticed and experienced myself as a racialized person, and things that I've noticed and experienced in the community, as well as a comment that I've heard come up at many of these meetings and that past delegates have responded or spoken about. A thing that I've heard many times is that the wait time after a call is long, and in high need areas like the downtown, lower town, Vanier area. However, that's where I live and that's where I spend a lot of my time. And one of the things I've noticed about 3 times in the last month and a half is that walking on Nicholas Street, I noticed 3 vehicles, 6 officers arresting a single Black man. And I don't see how that's an effective use of resources. And then again, over at the Loblaws in Vanier on MacArthur, similar situation, 3 cop cars, 6 men arresting a single Black man. And then again, downtown, one woman was being arrested by 5 officers and 3 cop cars. Meanwhile, a delegate at a recent meeting a couple of months ago was talking about how he made a call for a man experiencing a mental health crisis running into traffic on King Edward, yet there were no officers to respond to this person in distress. Yet my experience in Lower Town, where I spend a lot of my time, is quite the opposite. So it makes me question how resources are being distributed when I see 6 officers arresting a single Black man, and yet someone else is crying out for a person who is throwing themselves into traffic, and yet there is no one to respond. Another thing that people have touched on is speeding, which I don't mean to say that people in the suburbs their needs aren't important. However, I do think that it's the board's job, it's the job of the people sitting here for this board meeting to prioritize and to make the decision of what is more important and where the city should be prioritizing their time, energy, and funds. And I just have a very, very hard time understanding how speeding is more of a priority than the thousands of people we see experiencing homelessness. And I just think that perhaps that is where harder decisions need to be made. Let me go back to my notes here. What I see when I walk around is so many people experiencing homelessness. While homelessness continues to be criminalized, food and income insecurity and inadequate healthcare continue to be a thing I see the most when I walk around the streets.
Emma, your time is up. If you could please wrap up.
Yeah, and I continue to see that OPS is the thing that continues to be the response to this humanitarian crisis. Speeding is just not high on my priority list. And so I ask the board to think outside the box and be a little more creative and consider this deeply when they make their decision.
Thank you, Emma. Any questions or comments for this delegation? Seeing none, thank you again for being here tonight, and we will move to Jonathan Carlson.
Hello.
Hi, Jonathan. You have 5. The floor is yours. You have 5 minutes. Please go.
Perfect. Hello, this is my first time voicing my concerns in front of this body, and I thank you for taking the time to listen to the community. I'll try to keep my statement brief, as so many before and after me have said these things so much better, including what Emma just said there. I'm Jonathan Carlson. I'm a grad student. I live in Lower Town, and I'm here to ask that you, in your capacity, freeze the OPS budget. For an organization to act on behalf of a community, it must center the voices of that community in its day-to-day operation. It must acknowledge and reflect that community's needs, interests, and values while respecting the investment that community makes in them through the allocation of taxpayer funds. Though you cannot distribute funds, you may acknowledge the realities of this city and prevent the misallocation of them. And by asking the taxpayer for more of their hard-earned dollars and cents, the Ottawa Police Force has an obligation to account for the interests of our communities. And you, the Ottawa Police Services Board, has a duty to ensure they meet this standard. As many delegates have expressed, I believe the OPS has failed to account for the community that they serve, and as such should not be granted an additional dollar of support, let alone 14 million of them. The OPS is using what has generously been referred to as a survey to claim community engagement. With all due respect, the lack of rigor and effort that went into this work is an insult to every resident in the city who bankrolled the work. The study lacks any legitimate foundation by having no workable sample population, no thorough recruitment procedure, no procedures to ensure its respondents are appropriately representative of its sample population, allowing double responses and failing to reach out and recruit respondents from particular communities. The survey has no basis being used to justify further allocations of the finite taxpayer dollars provided by the city's residents. The quality of this work is confusing, as we live in the nation's capital. We have 3 universities with academics, students, and graduates who have the capacity to make up for any lack of internal research acumen. This failure really showcases how unwilling the OPS is to participate in the greater Ottawa community on any terms besides their own. Beyond this failure at attempting to check the pulse of those who fund them, the OPS has continued to avoid accountability measures and continue to victimize and otherize populations in the city, whether it be through officers saying racist and derogatory statements or openly mocking the vulnerable, allegations of criminal wrongdoing, including sexual crimes, abysmal clearance rates, some 43 HRTO complaints raised against the organization and its officers since 2016, numerous civil lawsuits, 230 OPERD complaints in 2019, more than 40 OPERD complaints launched by its own employees between May 2020 and January 2021. As Michael Spratt indicated before, the numerous cases thrown out of court due to officer misconduct, the finding of mass racial profiling conducted by the OPS on Ottawa's roads, and the lack of systemic change that has occurred since. I could really go on and on, but the point stands that the OPS is facing a crisis of legitimacy and has failed to introduce concrete measures to ensure it will remain accountable to the public. Lastly, this proposal comes alongside truly rigorous academic work, which proposes real alternatives to the cyclical problems that the city faces. I'm of course referring to the Vivek research report, the latest in a breadth of academic work, which discusses the importance of investment in preventative solutions which solve the issues police officers respond to before they even happen, espousing investment in human dignity over punitive, archaic, and ineffective law enforcement models. When we discuss budgets, we tend to fixate on lump sums relative to what's been paid before and what other organizations have gotten. This view kind of fails to grasp at the true scope of what any investment costs. Every dollar given to the OPS is a dollar out of life-saving resources. It's a dollar out of real solutions. It's a dollar out of housing solutions, out of inpatient treatment, out of addiction services, a dollar out of new approaches to these systemic problems our city faces. The compounding crises of addiction, staggering mental health rates, the coronavirus pandemic, a proliferation of housing insecurity, a flat economy, they all challenge the well-being of every resident in this city and the very ideals we strive for as a community. Respectfully, you as the Ottawa Police Services Board have a duty to take into account the real costs endured by the residents of Ottawa and ensure the OPS lives up to our collective sacrifice. I ask you to freeze the OPS budget and create space for real alternatives, accountability measures, and real community engagement. I'll also add that we can't only consider the voices of academics and folks who speak legalese like me. Emotions, trauma, lived experiences, it ought to be central to any decision you make. You can increase the size of the problem, or you can create space for solutions so the folks who contribute to our city with compassion, love, specialized skills, so many of which who have spoken tonight, can do what they do best. Thank you for your time, consideration, and concern.
And thank you for your insights, Jonathan. We appreciate you being here tonight. Are there any questions or comments for this delegation? Seeing none, we will move on to Pietro Piscina.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
We can. You have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
So hello to everyone. Hello to the board and the chair. This is my first meeting. So I'm going to keep it short and sweet. I would just like to express my opinion to freeze the police budget. The $14 million in question will be much better spent to fund other social services in the city, including hospitals, mental health institutions, affordable housing, the homelessness crisis, and transportation. I asked the board to vote no to the police service budget increase, and I asked the board to listen to the other delegates and their delegations. Thank you.
Well, you did keep it short. Thank you, Pietro. Any questions or comments? Thank you for sharing your insights with us. We appreciate it, and we will move on to Kenzie Morin.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, Kenzie. You have 5 minutes. Please proceed.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kenzie. I'm another first-time delegate, and I'm here to ask that you reject the 2022 Ottawa Police Draft Budget and that you instead freeze the budget. I firstly want to thank all of the other delegates who have taken the time to advocate for a better city. When it's difficult to hold on to real hope as the city has failed its residents over and over again, your persistence and anger and dedication are a labor of love that keep me believing in a better future. I hope that you in the board can feel that gratitude too for the insight being shared with you today and over the past year, and more importantly, that you can exercise your power accordingly. Around this time last year, like most of you, I sat through what I understand to be one of your longest meetings, hours of close to 100 community members asking that the budget be frozen. I heard you explain that it was too late to make that change for the tabled budget at the time. This is troubling to me. Why do we have a process in which the public can only be heard once it's too late to meaningfully consider or implement our feedback? At best, that's a completely ineffective system that could easily be made functional, and at worst, it's a deliberate tool to render consultation meaningless and ensure that the community has no say in how our money is used. If I give this process the benefit of the doubt, last year there was a motion passed to look at freezing the budget. You heard overwhelming response from the community and told us that you would respond accordingly. And here we are a year later with a proposed $14 million budget increase. I know that you know what needs to be done. I don't know how the community can make it any more clear that this money needs to be invested elsewhere. This money needs to be invested in our ongoing housing crisis, or in public health during ongoing health crises, or in non-police related mental health supports, or in our failed transit system, or in the climate crisis, or in the pool that 95 social service agencies have to share. We have made it abundantly clear that we want to detask the police with responsibilities that they should not be handling, like domestic violence, sexual violence, mental health, houselessness, addiction, and much more. We want funds invested in more effective and cost-effective systems instead. I'm sure you all support frontline organizations doing this work, and I'm sure you know how strapped for funding they are. Let's try giving them a real chance by investing in their work. We've given the police service unparalleled chances, time, and resources, and we're not seeing results. Let's try something different. Again, I don't know how the residents of the city can make our wish to freeze and eventually reduce the police budget any more clear. I would ask that you reflect on the purpose of these public delegations. What is the purpose if not to consult with the community that you're supposed to be serving and react accordingly? You've now had years with the knowledge that your constituents want this budget frozen and reinvested elsewhere. I'll conclude by asking you to please demonstrate that you hear us this time by making the most logical, ethical, and reasonable decision to reject the proposed 2022 Ottawa Police budget in favor of freezing it at the 2021 amount, which you committed to last year. Do your part to demonstrate that these systems and meetings are designed to do anything other than just prevent change and silence the community. Do your part to promote real safety. I know that change is hard, but you have the opportunity to be part of a positive change in the city, and I'm choosing to have faith that you will do so. Please have the courage. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kenzie, for being here and for your delegation tonight. Are there any questions or comments for the delegation? Seeing none, thanks again, Kenzie. We'll move to Kirsten Poles. Kirsten is not on, so we'll move to Bethany Leonard. Hi, Bethany. You have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So for grassroots organizations and delegates to still have to be fighting for a freeze that was already promised by the OPS board is understandably exhausting. And it also sends the message that the feedback and research that has been shared by many community members at these meetings is not being taken seriously. And just to note, and has already been mentioned, most of this work done by these delegates and organizations have been unpaid or underfunded labor. So to see the OPS with basically all the resources and then community members and organizations with little to no resources having to continue to fight and put in most of the labor in facilitating real transformation in the city is wholly imbalanced. And I think it is a very unfair expectation of the board to demand decorum from folks who are being outright ignored. So to quote the late Ruth Morris, a Canadian author and legal reformer, from her book, Stories of Transformative Justice, one of the many publications that goes into what transformative justice can look like. To quote, the more layers an organization has, the more impersonal, uncaring, and in many ways inefficient it becomes. I personally had firsthand experience of this when I contacted Ottawa Police last summer to report an instance of sexual harassment and indecent exposure. I was guilted for reporting the day after the incident, which is actually normal. You tend to be in shock after someone does something unexpectedly that way. I received no empathy or recommendations for mental health support and was also denied a request for a follow-up. So my thoughts following that whole experience was, what even is the point in calling the police? And this is a pretty common thinking. So to continue to increase the budget for police, you are effectively investing in its inefficiency. And if you truly believe this hefty budget is a good investment of our tax dollars, tell us truthfully what justifies a budget this large. And to be honest, I imagine it has a lot to do with the high cost of militarizing the police, which communicates that the city is readying to go to war with its own citizens who are understandably becoming increasingly frustrated, or in your colonial wording, losing their decorum, as a result of the lack of vision for a better and more peaceful future for the next generations, where health and social services, food, education, transportation, and a home are a right and not a business opportunity. To continue to increase funds with the hope to the police, with the hopes that it will eventually trickle down to assist the community in a healthy and equitable way, is careless and communicates as such. So to quote Ruth Morris once more, our current system of justice is punitive, often focusing on two questions: who did it and how can we punish them? In our obsession with these questions, we fail to ask the more important questions of who is hurting, how can we help with healing? And bottom line, there's so much healing that needs to be done. There is so much healing that needs to be done. I hope you can hear this. I hope I can crack through right now. And policing doesn't heal. And I encourage police who feel they want to take part in healing to shift career paths. There are other options for you, and we know you have the resources to make that change. So to close, it's simply time for transformative justice, and this is all your invitation to participate in a world that is indeed changing. Please vote to freeze this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Bethany. There's a question for you, Member Johnson.
Yes. Yes, Bethany, thank you so much for your bravery and for sharing your story tonight. I heard your story, I hear what you're saying, and I really agree with your point that there is a lot of healing to be done. And thank you for bringing that advocacy to this meeting.
You're welcome. Yeah.
Thank you, Bethany. Thank you, Member Johnson. We will move to Sean Mahar. Oh, sorry. Kirsten Poles was here, so we'll go to Kirsten first.
Hey, sorry about that. I think I joined through my work account and it got confusing, but I'm here. Thank you for letting me speak. I can tell a lot of people are getting tired, which I totally understand. I'm on Zoom calls a lot at work and it can be pretty draining, but I do want to ask everyone to just try to check back in and really listen to the words everyone is saying tonight, because it is a really important decision that you have the power to make. I'm one of the citizens that, you know, the folks at the city were elected to serve. And I want to make it very clear that increasing the Ottawa police budget is not serving me. When I walk through a city, there's a few things that you could do to make my life a lot better. Being able to afford transit and having reliable service is one. Finding an affordable and high quality place to live, that would really benefit and impact my life. Hundreds of people marched in the city against police brutality last summer. We are begging you to hear this message, and then instead, what we are given is a vote around a budget increase. And it's honestly, it's a little bit shocking, because we are asking over and over again that you please fund services that improve our lives. The costs that are being spent on the police budget each year could fund so many services that could make our city beautiful and full of life and welcoming and sustainable. Police services do none of those things. A person who earns a lower income is more likely to be detained when they're arrested, more likely to be denied bail, more likely to have difficulties during reintegration after leaving prison, and more likely to plead guilty to the charges that they are given. I really want to have faith that your intention on this board is to serve your community. We have all come here to tell you that increasing the police budget is not the way to do this. You help folks who use drugs by helping them with their addictions, not throwing them in prison. You help people without homes by giving them housing, not by harassing them to move somewhere else to sleep in the cold. I do want to trust that your intention is to help people. And so I'm asking you to use your position of power to do that by moving funding towards services that are shown to benefit the community. I've spoken at quite a few of these, and honestly, I'm not really sure what the point is. Every single time there's been a stream of dozens of community members who beg you to move one way, and you always seem to move the other way. You know, there's a role in our democracy to seek feedback and then act to represent the people. And you put out a survey, the majority of people said, we don't want more funding put here. You've asked us to come tonight, we told you we don't want more funding put here. And when you close those doors through the democratic process and you ask for feedback and then choose to ignore it, people seek other ways to be heard. And one way that might happen is through the election next year. Other ways is that people seek extra democratic processes like protests, you know, like organizing in the community to try to make change. So make your choice tonight. You know, you have this role to represent the people in your community, and you're going to choose to do that or not. But be aware that the community is going to continue to try to seek services that are beneficial for us to build a community that protects each other. And we will continue to fight this. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Kirsten. Are there any questions or comments for this delegation? Seeing none, thank you again. And we will move to Bethany Leonard. Oh, no, we'll move to Sean Mahar. I think I'm getting tired. Hi, Sean. Yeah,
Hi, how are you? And I imagine you're all getting tired. And I want to start by thanking you all for being here. It's a long day, and it can be exhausting. And you know, the cavalcade of people coming and talking to you for 5 minutes is probably just, you know, a lot of things to take in. So I really appreciate people spending their afternoon and evening, well into the evening here, to have this conversation with the public. And we've been having it for a while. We've been talking about some of the changes and some of the issues that are in front of us for a while. And you know, I've deputed a couple of times, and I don't want to go back over the same territory that I've covered, except to say that there there's a really exciting opportunity here for the City of Ottawa, for the Ottawa Police Service, for Ottawa City Council to make a meaningful down payment in doing things differently, in demonstrating to the public that this isn't going to be business as usual, that there is about to be a real change. And people have talked about change. Everybody on this call has talked about the need for change and the importance of making change. And that the question really isn't whether or not we need change, but when and how we do it. You know, I'm reminded of the old expression, when's the right time to plant a tree? And the best time to plant a tree is 20 years ago, and the second best time is today. And I think we have that opportunity here in this conversation. And that's what makes me concerned about the budget that you have in front of you right now, and eager to see you look at it with a careful eye to how you can bring more change to that space. And one of the concerns I have is that it really is not what I would call a balanced approach. It has a $14 million increase for police services and leaves about $400,000 on the table for other activities. That's a 97% to 3% balance. And that's not what I would call a balanced opportunity. I think that there are real opportunities to do more in striking a balance and in sending a signal to the community that this isn't business as usual, that we are moving in a new direction, and that there is a deep commitment to that change. I think, as many people have said, the community in Ottawa has really asked for that. The survey that you yourselves did, even though it was fairly sharply skewed to older and more affluent Ottawans who tend to favor more investment in policing, showed a 51-46 split on whether or not there should be an increase to the police budget. That's pretty close to the margin of error, even in a skewed sample. And it's clearly a signal that we should do better than a 97% funding for police services and a 3% investment in new areas, especially when 73% of the respondents said that they wanted to see alternatives, that they wanted to see investments in other ways of addressing these kinds of crises. So you've got a call for a balance that tips a little bit more into the community. And when we look at the elements of this budget, the concerns get bigger. There's $400,000 for doing things differently in the community, but it's for one pilot in one neighborhood downtown. And it's a good pilot, and it's in a neighborhood that needs it. But one pilot in one neighborhood was not what 73% of Ottawans had in mind when they said, we need to see a move to alternatives to traditional policing. Especially when Ottawans all across suburban and rural and urban Ottawa all raised this issue, to put one pilot in one neighborhood really isn't responding to the ask that the public has made there. I know that some people take some comfort in the fact that there's also $400,000 for call diversion, but call diversion to whom? The study that we just published showed that community service providers are out there and they're eager to take on some of these calls. They're eager to respond to needs in the community that are currently policed that probably shouldn't be. But they also told us that they are stretched to the maximum, that some of them are doing that kind of work already off the sides of their desk with no funding. Others are doing it at 140, 130% of capacity. We are stuck in what Councillor Eglai at the Community and Protective Services Committee the other day called this chicken and egg problem, where the police service is saying, we won't divert funds until the programs are up and running to take things off our hands. And because no funds are diverted, the programs don't scale up and nothing happens. Somebody has to move first. Somebody has to take the first step. And this is an opportunity to do that. Rethinking Community Safety identified $10 million in programs that can start now, that could in 2022 scale up to be able to take calls off police hands. Those opportunities.
Time is up. If you could wrap up, please.
Sure. The one other thing I will add to that is that Ottawa City Council at the Community Protective Services Committee sent a very clear signal that if the Police Services Board does make room for new investment, they are going to invest it in these areas. So though you can't make that investment yourself, you can make this choice today with confidence that that's where that money is going to go, and it is going to grow the capacity to take calls off police hands. And I will stop there.
Thanks, Sean. Don't go away. Member Johnson has a question.
Yes, thank you. Towards the end of your delegation, and thank you for making a delegation, and thank you as well for connecting with Dr. Jeff Turnbull, who I had a chance to speak to today. Pretty inspiring. You talked about the call diversion program, which I'm kind of excited is getting started. And you questioned, I guess, what's next, right? After the call is diverted, where does it go to? How do you see us helping to find that solution?
So the suggestion that we've made in our research and the pattern that we see in other jurisdictions all around North America is that the police free up some of the resources so that other people can step in, scale up their work, and be able to take some of those calls. We've talked in our report about the van that goes around to support homeless people, and the police call that van sometimes. They'll see a situation, they'll say, that's not really a policing problem. We're going to call the van in. And sometimes the van can come and help, and sometimes it can't. We're going to lose one of those vans in just a couple of months. And we'll have less resources on the street right now than we have. But Ottawa City Council has been pretty clear. They've said they have up to 3% for an increase for the police. And they've also said pretty clearly that however much the police can restrain themselves from using up all that money, they will invest that in just these kinds of programs. So if we want a call diversion program to work well, one of the things that the police can do, in addition to instituting the program, is make some space, some fiscal room for other partners to step up and scale up their programs. A lot of them are ready to go in very short order. They have the infrastructure, the backbone's in place. It's just about extending a program that's daytime to 24/7, or extending a program that has a couple of vans to be able to have a third, or extending a program to the inner suburbs where it's only available downtown right now.
Thank you, Sean, for that suggestion. I don't know if that will happen. If it doesn't, let's keep working on it and find the money from another source if this doesn't happen, because I think this is such an important program. So thank you.
I would sure encourage you to try and make it happen today. I think you've heard a lot of people come forward and say that their doubts are growing. And the chief has said many times that he wants partners to come forward. Well, the best way to get partners to come forward is to put something on the table from your side and be able to say, okay, this is what you've asked for. We're putting it on the table. Now you guys need to come to the table from the other side. And what people are saying right now is they need resources to be able to come to the table.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Johnson. Chief Slowly.
Thank you very much, Chair. I really appreciate, as always, some very thoughtful, provocative, and powerful delegations tonight. Really thought-provoking and well worth the time. I'm so grateful to see Sean calling it again from Toronto. It's great to see you calling from Toronto there, Sean. Thank you. I do recall, I may be wrong, and Deputy Bell will correct me, but Chair, when you approved the budget last year for 2021, we committed $1.5 million to developing and expanding our mental health services in partnership with and integration with, and in deferral to community service providers, including the coalition that Sean represents. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, Deputy Bell reached out explicitly and invited all of the coalition partners to participate in the early days of developing the council around which that strategy would develop, would identify pilot projects, and would actually put that $1.5 million to support the implementation, the design, implementation, and evaluation of just that type of program that Sean is describing. Unfortunately, for reasons that are still not clear to me, despite 5 hours of conversations with the coalition chose to not participate in the guiding council. They chose not to invite and involve the Ottawa Police Service in sharing information and contributing to the report, which we would have. We've lost a year of opportunity around which that funding that the board approved would actually go to fund, and we might actually have an evaluated program at this point. My last point is, Chair, and I'm sorry for taking so much time, we have continued to research best practices from across Canada, North America, and around the world. We are not aware of a single model anywhere in the world, including Eugene, Oregon, Cahoots program, the Denver model, which the City of Ottawa is pursuing right now, the Scotland model, which was referenced by an early delegation. We're not aware of a single model anywhere in the world where the police were not meaningfully involved in the design, the implementation, and the evaluation of that program. I'd be happy to hear from Sean if I'm incorrect. I don't think that's the case, but thank you very much, Sean.
I guess the issue that comes up, and it came up during the development of the Guiding Council, it's come up at focus tables, comes up in other jurisdictions around how these relationships are going to work, is about the structure of the relationship. And I think that that's been one of the big impediments over the past years. I know from hearing from a variety of folks, some in the coalition and some in other community service providers around Ottawa, that the concern about the structure of the Guiding Council, a concern that the City of Ottawa has now addressed, was that it was a Guiding Council led by the police service. It wasn't a Guiding Council where everybody came to the table equitably. It wasn't a Guiding Council where everyone was there playing an equal role. And there was a real feeling that the police was not necessarily the right body to lead a process for intervening with people with mental health challenges, that there might be more appropriate bodies to play the leadership role in that. So you absolutely have in Eugene, Oregon, you absolutely have in Denver, you absolutely have in Toronto where the mental health pilots are happening, something that you can describe as a meaningful role for the police, because it's a partnership. Because if somebody from Cahoots or someone from STAR gets themselves in a situation where they're concerned, they know that they have someone to turn to if it's a violent situation. The good news is that in the first 6 months of STAR, they never had to do that once. They were able to tackle every single call diverted to them without ever resorting to police backup. Rarely happens in Eugene. And it's the choice of those folks on the ground who have the experience with that client group to decide when it's time to call in the police and when their expertise is appropriate. And that's, I think, what people want to have, is that equitable relationship where the police do the police's work and respect other people to play leadership roles in the work where they have expertise.
Chair Deans, I know you're going to exercise some diligence here, but the information that Sean just provided around the STAR program and the Cahoots program is extremely incorrect. In 30 years, the Cahoots program has never been able to produce more than 15% of call diversion. We've spoken with the chief of police in Denver. At best, he's around 8 to 10%.
Chief, I'm not looking for a dialogue tonight between the two. Maybe if you and Sean could meet separately.
We met for 5 hours.
Pardon me?
We've already met for 5 hours.
And certainly fully recognize that
that is not
taking the bulk of police calls, but they are able to take their calls and handle them themselves. Right now, it's a minority of calls. The Denver program is a limited size. You could grow that and they'd be able to take more.
Okay, I'm not sure why we're getting into a debate between the chief and a delegate, but if there's something I can do to assist in ensuring that the information that everyone has is factual, I'd be happy to do that. Perhaps it's an interpretation issue. I'm not certain. Member Sweda has a question.
Okay, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Sean, for your delegation. I have a question for the chief. We have various community groups and several city councillors who want to remove money from the police budget to fund mental health initiatives. And as much as I agree with, as much as I agree that the city needs a better mental health response, I need to better understand taking money from the police to fund these responses, to fund this mental health response. Especially, just want to know if there's been a vetted plan to transition responsibilities from the police to these community groups. Some community groups have said they don't want the police to be involved at all. And I'm not sure if this is a responsible approach because it leaves room for things to fall between the cracks, especially when we're talking about people's health and safety. And some city councillors have also suggested to give them the money, and we can kind of work things out, so to speak. And again, I don't think that's responsible either, because again, we're dealing with the health and safety of our community. And if the city councillors believe it to be that important, then they also have the opportunity to fund it themselves through the city budget.
Member Sweda, I don't want to interrupt your mid-thought, but we are hearing delegations right now, and I thought I heard you say at the start that you had a question for the chief. We'll be questioning the staff after our delegation, so you would need to direct your question right now to the delegation.
Okay, I was just going to ask, has anybody, be it a board member, board consultant, community health group, or city council, provided you with a vetted plan to transition responsibilities from the police, that the work that the police is currently doing?
Okay, Sean, I'm going to let you answer that because you are the delegation.
Sure, I'm happy to. As far as I know, there's no vetted plan for that, which is why we should get busy building one. And what we're hearing from community groups is they would be ready to scale up and engage with the police service to make those transitions in a timely way so that things don't fall through the cracks. The opportunity is absolutely there. The thing that's missing is the will to do it and the resources to support to support groups that are willing to take some work off the hands of the police and use some of the resources the police free up those police officers.
And that's the challenge that I'm struggling with, is that as much as I agree that it needs to happen, it's just, what are the steps in between to do it responsibly? But thank you again, Sean, for your delegation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Sweda, and thank you, Sean, for being here tonight. And we will move to Luc Ouellette. Hi, Luke. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Great. Thanks, Madam Chair. Just want to recognize the number of people who came tonight, as there was the first time that they were talking to a city committee and the police board also. I mean, a lot of people took a lot of courage really to come and to really provide their testimony, and also to share with you, members of the board, their concerns. So I really want to recognize that. And it reminds me also, because of the number of delegation you have tonight, about some years ago, and you'll probably remember that, Madam Chair, when you had a record number of people that came to CPS. And I think it's good that the community is able to talk and to present to you, members of the board. So, mon nom est Luc Ouellette et je suis le directeur général du Centre de ressources communautaires Orléans-Cumberland in the east end of Ottawa. Our resource center is one of the 12 community health and resource centers that recently published a Rethinking Community Safety report. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak about the Ottawa Police Service budget tonight. The Rethinking Community Safety report found that we currently send police to do a lot of things they are not the best trained or best prepared to do. And that's expensive and ineffective. The report lists a wide range of relevant and effective services, a menu of 31 recommendations that could be scaled up to better respond to and reduce crisis in Ottawa and at a lower cost. While the city has consistently increased spending for policing over the years, municipal funding to social services sector has significantly lagged behind the rate of overall population growth and rising levels of demand for many years. This, even though responding to nonviolent crises related to mental health, youth, homelessness, and violence against women is the area of expertise of social services, in collaboration with our community. This has created a situation where there are social services that could be more effective at responding to communities in crisis who could do it for less. But prior to COVID-19, these services were already experiencing a 90% increase in demand for services, an 80% increase in the number of people served, and a 67% increase in the number of clients with complex needs. The pandemic only amplified these needs and negatively impacted the overall health and well-being of communities, with racialized and marginalized population disproportionately affected. Through the Rethinking Community Safety Report, we learned that many interactions involving people in crisis and the police would be better served by unarmed civilian response services. The research found that social services offer a range of interventions that more effectively prevent and respond to communities in crisis. We consistently see significant investment in police services without further investment in the appropriate community and social services that are already qualified to do this work and have the trust and established approaches to support and work with communities. And when referring to communities, we mean including suburban and rural neighborhoods, not just select urban neighborhoods. It is critical to have more investment in grassroots organizations and to develop community-led, place-based initiatives from Black, Indigenous, racialized, and marginalized populations to support those most impacted. It is also key that any work to improve community safety include a long-term commitment to progressive reform. We understand that when it comes to transformative changes, people get nervous. They don't know what to expect. What will foster confidence and trust is a substantive investment for funds that are administered by the city, existing social services infrastructure, to be rolled out in collaboration with place-based services that are most familiar with the local needs and the communities across the city. I'm here today to ask the Ottawa Police Services Board to vote against a police budget that is increased by $14 million. There are more effective solutions and services that could be immediately scaled up if funding was to be shared more evenly among all of the key players who are responsible for supporting this community to respond to crisis. Given that communities in crisis can often be better served by social services, and given that many of the issues that police respond to are not violent or criminal in nature, with over 40% of calls are for social issues, and given that community services offer a range of interventions that more effectively respond to communities in crisis, dramatically reduce arrests, incarceration, and court time, we think it's time to look beyond the traditional criminal justice approach to community safety and to fully explore its current effort to adopt a community safety and well-being approach that will send the right person to the right place and at the right time. Merci.
Merci, Luc. Avez-vous des questions? Seeing none, thank you again for being here tonight, and we will move to Andrew Clark. Hi, Andrew. We can see you. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
My name's Andy Clark. I'm going to try a slightly different tact from many of the others who have spoken so passionately against the increase to the 2022 police budget here this afternoon and evening. I'm a 62-year-old white male with a good job who lives and owns property in the city of Ottawa. Basically, I'm a very privileged guy. And one of the privileges I've enjoyed, largely, I believe, because of my race and my class, is that over the course of my life, I've had very little contact with the Ottawa Police Service. I have come to understand that not everyone enjoys those same privileges, or when they do come into contact with the police service, are given the same benefit of the doubt that I may have been given at a couple of points in my life. I have also come to understand things about the history of and the culture of policing in this country. I have come to understand the harm policing, as it is too often practiced, has done to different communities. I have come to understand that not everyone sees policing in the same way many people in my position in life do. It's led me to a point where I now believe that there must be a better way to serve and protect our community, more than just pouring more money into the Ottawa Police Service. I'm not an expert on that better way. There are people here today who are better placed to talk about that and have at length, not only today, but in previous meetings. I have to say that I am heartened by how much smart I have heard here today. The city could use more of it at the council table. There are so many interesting and intriguing ideas on how you build a better and safer community beyond simply relying on an armed force to do that. And yet, I fear all this work, all this passion will fall on deaf ears again here today. And that's the point I kind of want to make. I'm speaking to a group of people on the Police Services Board who are generally privileged, whose perspective on policing is, I believe, largely informed by that privilege. I fully believe it is the responsibility of this board and all public officials generally to challenge the perspectives that privilege brings, to hear the voice of others, and to investigate other possibilities around community safety. Too often when I listen in on meetings like these or on council meetings generally, I hear so much passion and intelligence from so many delegations met with a kind of dismissiveness that boils down to what I would characterize as, that's not what I believe. It's as if beliefs are something set in stone, that they can't evolve or change, that the experience of others, that empathy, and that most importantly, that evidence can't lead you somewhere else. You've heard so much evidence here today, and not only today, about different ways to address community safety. Where this dismissive attitude leads is somewhere I think does real harm to politics, as it ought to be practiced in a healthy, functioning democracy. When I watch these meetings or council meetings at the City of Ottawa, it strikes me as rare to hear someone on council or someone on the board change their mind. I find that really disheartening. How can we instill confidence in our politics if the people we elected and have been selected to represent us on boards like this too often seem to think that their number one task in their job description is to be not open to challenging their beliefs, to different possibilities, to different perspectives, to evidence? I put it to you that that's a real failure of politics. We see it consistently at the council table. I hope we don't see it here again this evening. Increasingly, there are more and more examples of different ways, different experiments, different possibilities than just pouring more money into the same service and expecting a different result. I would ask you to leave the door open to that exploration by voting against giving the Ottawa Police Service another budget increase. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy, for your presentation. Are there any questions or comments? Seeing none, we will move to Suhail Benzelmain. I don't think Suhail is on, but we'll just give it a minute. No? Okay, so we'll move to Jera Enelenzi. No? Okay, so Justin Pichet.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
We can. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Justin Pichet. I'm an associate professor in the Department of Criminology at the University of Ottawa and a member of the Criminalization and Punishment Education Project. I want to begin by expressing my solidarity with the people in our city on the unceded and unsurrendered territory of the Algonquin people, the people in Wet'suwet'en, and indeed people all around the world impacted by social harm and the violence of policing that have the solutions to improve our collective well-being and safety, but are being deprived of the resources and space to implement them. I begin by also expressing my firm belief that change is coming, and you, the members of the Ottawa Police Services Board, need to decide whether you'll be part of this change or an impediment to it. You need to decide which side of history you want to be on. Are you on the side of history that will again approve more funding for OPS, or will you say nope, no Ottawa police expansion, and yes to equity and supports? Right now, there is a housing emergency in the city. This is not inevitable. This is a choice. This is a threat to community well-being and safety. Will you say nope to the proposed $14 million police budget increase, which could fund permanent and supportive housing for 350 people, or rent supplements of $500 a month to over 2,300 people this year so that we can work towards ending homelessness in our city. Drug prohibition continues to kill people. This is not inevitable. This is a choice. This is a threat to community well-being and safety. Will you say nope to the proposed $14 million police budget increase, which could fund the expansion of harm reduction and treatment services, or hire more than 350 peer support workers to walk alongside those in need of care, compassion, peer support workers who save lives, instead of putting people who use drugs in police handcuffs and prison cages? The stress of COVID-19 continues to strain the mental health of many in our city. This is not inevitable. This is a choice. This is a threat to community well-being and safety. Will you say no to the $14 million police budget increase, which could fund more than 93,000 hours of counseling to those in need of care this year? Food insecurity is a growing issue in our city as more and more families turn to food banks. This is not inevitable. This is a choice. This is a threat to community well-being and safety. Will you say no to the $14 million police budget increase, which could be spent on providing 16,500 hungry school children with breakfast, snacks, and lunches, or fund the construction of 1,200 community gardens this year? With $14 million, this city could provide one-on-one mentoring to 7,000 youth, or 6 weeks of leadership training to more than 16,000 youth, or create more than 2,000 summer jobs for youth this year. That we don't do this is a choice, and that is a threat to community well-being and safety. Do any of you sitting here tonight in your seats honestly believe that such investments in our young people would not pay more dividends as far as safety goes in our community than spending $14 million more on policing in 2022? I don't think you can. Their futures in our communities cannot wait another year for you to finally freeze the OPS budget to free up funds to make just, humane, and cost-effective investments that will tangibly improve our community well-being and safety. When you're asked to vote on the OPS budget increase, I urge you to say nope, no Ottawa police expansion, and yes to equity and supports. Not maybe sometime in the future, but tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Justin. Are there any questions or comments for Justin? Seeing none, thank you for taking the time to participate in the budget deliberations. We will go to Namrata Tilakani.
Can you folks hear me?
Yeah, we're getting some feedback, Namrata.
Is this better?
Can you turn your volume maybe down just a little bit? It's giving us some feedback still.
Okay, I've turned it down. Is that better?
I think it is a little bit better. Could maybe even turn it down a little bit more.
Okay, just let me know if you need me to speak louder at any point.
I think this is good now.
Okay, thanks. Hi folks, my name is Namratha. I'm a community member and Ottawa resident. Before I begin, I would just like to express my solidarity with Wet'suwet'en, the land defenders who are currently being militarized by the RCMP, and also fellow comrades that are out in the streets blockading right now, as well as all the other delegates that have spoken before me. I'm here, as many others before me, to call to freeze the 2022 police budget at 2021 levels at the minimum, and also amplify the demands. There have been amazing researchers here tonight, Vivek Research, as well as a lot of the demands that have come forth by the Black, Indigenous, and racialized community organizers and community members over the last few years. So none of the information I'm presenting tonight is new. And I'm also here to support the calls for non-police alternatives to mental health. So I'm really thankful that STAR, in regards to the Denver non-police alternative, was brought up, as well as Cahoots, as well as there are programs in Sacramento and Oakland regarding mental health first, which are incredible. And so I'm just going to be speaking to a couple of things. The first one is that the proposed police budget for 2022, it makes up a total of 9.3% of the city's budget, which is $385 million. And as you've heard from everyone before me, we know that the services that are growing and building our communities are constantly underfunded. such as Ottawa Public Health, which makes up about 3% of the city budget in a pandemic nonetheless, the Ottawa Public Library, which makes up 1.4% of the city budget, transportation at 5.9% of the city budget. And we've heard from a lot of delegates before me about affordable housing and how that requires a lot more funding. So I'm not going to repeat everything that folks have said before me, but social services are constantly underfunded in the community. And I think that there's multiple opportunities here to freeze the police budget and reinvest in community services. I do know that there was a question before about like what that looks like. What does a reinvestment in community actually look like? And I would urge you to look at the organization Interrupting Criminalization. They actually have a Defund the Police and Invest in Community Care report that actually goes through mental health alternatives that are not police-led. So for board member Robert Sweta, if you wanted to look into that, I actually think that would be an incredible resource. Can you folks still hear me okay?
We can.
Am I still coming through? Okay, awesome. Great. And then I would also just like to speak to the ways in which criminalization has been used as a crisis response by the Ottawa Police Services. So there's a report that actually came out this year by Vivek Research and the 613819 Black Hub. It's called The Alternatives for a Safer Ottawa. And I would just like to highlight 3 points from there. So the first one is that we know that policing does not provide increased public safety or adequate mental health care. And the second point, that policing does not keep us safe, particularly for Black and Indigenous folks in this city and queer and trans folks in the city. So police right now are not well equipped to respond to mental health crises. We only have to look to the cases and the murders of Abdirahman Abdi and Anthony Oust for evidence of that. And my third point is that there are many cities that have already spearheaded community alternatives to mental health crises response. Those are rooted in transformative justice and community-led initiatives. It can be done, and it's absolutely incredible what can be done when community-led initiatives are funded. So what are the, I would ask the board today, what are the things that we need to create public safety? As we've heard from a lot of delegates, for starters, investments in housing, jobs, healthcare, the arts, community programs, and education are really important. And I would just also like to implore that peer-led and community-led community responses to mental health crises are possible, and they are happening in many countries. And then lastly, I just want to close by amplifying the demands that were put forward last year by the Ottawa Black Diaspora Coalition, Justice for Abdirahman Abdi Coalition, and KZ Land Protectors. There were 10 demands that were put forward last year on November 18, 2020. So we blockaded for 36 hours and 12 civilians were arrested. So these demands have not been met. Folks before me have already read them, so I'm not going to go through them again, but you can find them on the Ottawa Black Diaspora Coalition website.
Martha, your time is up. If you could just wrap up, please.
Sure. So I would just like to end by urging you to freeze the 2022 budget at 2021 levels. And thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Member Sweta.
Thank you, and thank you, Marta, for your delegation. And yes, I'm aware of the reports that have been published by Vivek and others. And as I was mentioning to the previous delegate, Sean, it was more directed to the chief, but Sean ended up answering the question. Is that the challenge that board members have is transitioning. So although as much as I agree that we need to transition, for example, mental health response, is that we need to also work with the police to transition that and have a vetted program in place. And that's the challenge that I think we're facing, is that we need to work with our partners, whether them be community partners, our police partners, our municipal, provincial, federal, to do a responsible transition. And I guess that's the challenge, as much as I agree with everything you said. And a lot of the stuff that you were talking about as well requires municipal involvement, provincial involvement. And that's why we need to all work together. But it was just more of a comment, and I appreciate your delegation. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Sweta. Thank you, Namratha. And we will move now to Zoe Rigby. Oh, I think.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Hi, Zoe. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you. So hi, everyone. My name is Zoe, and I'm here today to ask you to reject the 2022 Ottawa police budget and instead freeze the budget. Our city is currently dealing with multiple health crises, a housing crisis, a climate crisis, a transit crisis, a mental health crisis, a domestic violence crisis, a wealth gap crisis, and many more serious issues that need to be addressed. I'm disappointed that rather than allocating funds to real solutions, we're once again leaving important social services to stretch their ever-dwindling funding while we continue to bloat the Ottawa police budget. This is even more disappointing in the context of the past year when you have heard from hundreds of residents asking to reallocate funding to better serve our city. Last year, you committed to freezing the police budget, and now we're looking at a $14 million increase. I'm asking the Ottawa Police to make do with their $350+ million budget. Reject this $14 million increase so that it can be reinvested into more effective solutions that don't reproduce violence and harm in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Zoe. Any questions for this delegation? Seeing none, thank you again for being here. We will move to Eric Rosenquist.
Mic check. Can you hear me?
We can, Eric. You have 5 minutes. Please proceed.
All right. So as with all the previous delegates, you have heard the arguments to freeze the budget repeatedly. In following the paths which have been laid out before you to their logical conclusions, the answers will become clear. Funding police to prevent crime is a dead end, which depends on intense surveillance, and even then does nothing to proactively prevent what causes the harms of society, like poverty and the subsequent exploitation of the poor. The alternative is to divest from police to eliminate poverty altogether, to provide support to those who actually need it. The answer to whether you increase the budget or not is glaringly obvious, but entirely dependent on knowing who you serve. And sharing an online space with the board responsible for the previous increases in police budget fills me with dread. I doubt your intentions and your ability to actually contribute towards improving the lives of our citizens. You have already caused irreparable damage, meaning like the lives lost of the most marginalized communities in our population by approving funding annually to our most racist and violent institution. And now you demand order and proper decorum when they speak to you. Your methods and your actions that have led up to this point disgust me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Eric. Any questions or comments for this delegation? Seeing none, that brings us to the end. We do now have, I believe, one member of council that has asked to speak. Is Councillor Fleury on the call?
Good evening, Chair.
Hi, Matt. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Could I, Madam Chair, I'm just asking for procedural questions here. I have a couple of targeted paged questions. Is it appropriate to do so at this time, or would you like me to hold off until council on those matters?
Okay, so I said that I would allow members of council who had questions to ask them if they waited until after all of the public delegations, and Matt has. So Matt, I'm going to allow you to go ahead and ask your questions.
Thank you, and I'll try to stay within the 5 minutes. And I know, and I'm completely aware of all the delegations, but I do want to dive right into some of the pages of the budget. So thank you for that flexibility. On page 99, there is a variance explanation, and I know that there are a number of elements on tonight's budget tonight, a number of fundamentals to look at, and I'm looking at some parts of the budgets, and I remain with structural questions. So I wonder the example of the management intervention on page 99, the variance explanation, it's an amount close to $9 million. Is it possible to get a bit more explanation on what that spending is?
Chair, I'm going to seek your guidance. Do you want us to provide an answer if we have one?
I'm going to say yes. If you can answer the question, go ahead and answer the question.
All right, Deputy Bell, I'm able to locate the item that the councillor is referring to. I can't find it on page 99.
Yeah, so Councillor Fleury, can you, I'm on page 99, operating resource requirement explanatory notes. So can you take me to the
That's
line
right.
that
So on
we're talking?
page
line here, it says 8,900,000.
That's right, management interventions. And it's an expense, so I'm curious to understand. I mean, it's a significant number. I'm just looking for a bit of a greater breakdown of that.
So I'm gonna tee up John Sweet, who's on here, who will be able to more specifically break down the actual line item you're speaking of. So John, can you answer that?
Yeah, hi, Deputy, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good, John. Go ahead.
Right. Thanks, and thanks, Councillor Fleury, for the question. So that 8.9 figure is from our Q2 report. We did just table our Q3 report, and I can speak to that one in a bit more detail. I do have it up for reference. So that number is now at the 10.4 million figure, and that is. One second, I apologize. So that detail is coming from 7.9 million in spending freeze savings. We're saving about 1.1 million in from our no travel order, and there's another 1.4 million in staffing savings that we are recognizing from the growth related positions that we didn't hire in 2021.
Am I misreading maybe the section? This is a new expense, or this is a explanatory note on an expense. So sorry, maybe I'm misreading, but you're saying those are savings, but I
Correct.
thought those.
I apologize. Yeah, so that is a surplus. The debit on the expense side is showing as a surplus to show us balancing our budget.
Okay, I see that now. Okay, I want to come back. So Chief and team, you have, it's a budget of close to $400 million, just over 2,000 FTEs. How many officers are on leave and you're not able to call on for your current staffing purposes? I'm just curious to understand that number a little better. So out of 2,100 employees, I believe you have 1,800 officers. How many are on leave?
Hey, Steve, can you break down the numbers? Unfortunately, Councillor, those aren't accurate numbers. If you could just break down the numbers for the councillor, and we can talk about leave, Councillor. There's leave that's holiday leave, and then there's leave which is collective bargaining, and then there's leave meaning short, medium, and long-term absences for a wide variety of issues, mainly health issues. I'm assuming the total number of unavailable officers that would be otherwise available for work.
Correct. Yeah, injured reserve, or from a sport terminology.
Thank you, Steve.
Yeah. So, Councillor, I'll take you to page 84. My eyesight's getting bad. Page 84. That actually breaks down our complement by rank within the organization, and as you can see, there's a total of 2,115.9 FTEs attributed within our budget. So that's the total number. When you look at actual substantive leave, as you described it, of people that we aren't able to draw on, we would categorize those as members who are on WSIB, LTD, other forms of leave like leave of absences, maternity or parental leave. And as we do the calculations for those leaves, it's a total of 100 and just over 150 officers. Sorry, 150 members in the organization.
And can I understand that that amount for 150 officers remains a operational pressure on your service?
So yeah, that would be correct. Those are members who would count against our total full-time equivalent count. So would count against that 2,100 plus number that we wouldn't be able to draw on yet, that we do still provide spots within the organization and salary for.
Okay. On page 18 of the budget, and I'll sort of frame a number of questions here. There is a recognition of reduction of calls over the next 3 years. I believe it totals the next 3 years 15% of call reduction. I'm curious to understand that a bit better. And I'm also looking to understand, so the province required municipalities to do the safety and well-being plan. I'm trying to understand how those work hand in hand. Like, if you're hoping for a reduction of calls, how does the wellness and safety plan come and tie into that? And I believe your actual change or what you're proposing as change is your table 5 on page 21. Can you maybe explain that picture to us or to me?
Okay, Councillor, I'll start. The 5% per year, up to 15% over the next 3 years, is an aggressive set of numbers that we set for ourselves. We didn't put that number out of the air. As I referenced earlier on in the call, the best established programs, many of which have been referenced today, and all the other days that delegations have come and the board has discussed what a more effective model will look like. So from Eugene, Oregon, the Cahoots model to the STAR model in Denver to the more later interventions we're seeing here in Canada, from Edmonton to Toronto, the Ontario Provincial Police, and all of these examples, the police, the city, and community stakeholders have come together, multi-sectoral, co-designed, co-implemented, and are co-evaluating some sort of a call diversion or call integration program. The vast majority of them are actually call integration programs. They're not 100% diversion. Under the Community Safety Wellbeing Plan, within the Police Services Act of Ontario, we're the only jurisdiction in Canada, and I believe the only jurisdiction in the world, where the actual Police Act governing police officers and including a requirement for municipalities says we must, at the City of Ottawa, design, co-implement, co-evaluate a community safety wellbeing plan. So we're the only jurisdiction in the world that actually has a legal requirement to do what all these other jurisdictions are doing. We believe if the city fulfills its commitment, and we have no doubt it will, to fully implement their plan, to set targets like we've set targets, maybe even higher, maybe different targets, but set targets and create joint accountability around that, we believe that those stretch goals can be met, that we will have a city plan with a role for the police at the table with all the other stakeholders, where we can, as many delegates have said tonight, identify areas of calls for service, including mental health and addictions, but far beyond that, that can be better served by integrating operations or diverting those calls to other service providers. This is our commitment to the legislative requirement. It's our commitment to support the intended outcomes of the city's approved community safety wellbeing plan. It is, of course, dependent on the city fulfilling its obligations and partners coming to the table to work truly in partnership with the stakeholders that are required under the Act. And under the Act, the police are required to be at all of those tables, co-designing, co-implementing, co-evaluating. That is a legislative requirement.
I appreciate the response. When I look at the budget, there is a small, but to me it sends a message. The province is reducing a portion of their their programs to the Ottawa Police Services of 2 million. I believe one of which is mental health. And I want to understand, in the spirit of this this requirement, this unique requirement in the province of Ontario, what is the role of the province in seeing through a modern mental health addictions response? And have you felt any direction from the province in that regards?
Councillor, I'm not sure what you're referring to in the $2 million amount you're speaking of. Can you just find that for me, please?
Yeah, I can pull it up here. Sorry, I took. So what happens when you read budgets, you have a lot of notes. So it's on page 97 in the budget chart.
No, I'm just looking at $2 million. Oh, second line. Change over revenue by type, provincial.
Yeah. So there's a reduction of 2 million there. And I believe, if I'm correct, that 1 million was COVID and 1 million as a mental health program. And I want to understand if the board should read more into that, or if there's an involvement of the province in terms of where police boards and police agencies are going in the spirit of that, the unique requirement that you were describing earlier, Chief.
Yeah, I'm going to ask Deputy Bell and CFO Kathy Murray to start looking to unpack that number for you. While they're doing that, Councillor, we've asked two questions, one specifically about that line item. We'll get that answer for you very shortly. What is the province signaling or actually doing around financially supporting municipalities to implement this requirement under the Police Services Act? That's an excellent question. I personally don't think anywhere near enough. Now, we've had some signals recently from the Solicitor General. There was an announcement called 2 weeks ago, maybe 2.5 weeks ago, by the Solicitor General announcing a proposal to expand the amount of funding through what they call their community safety grant. That grant application could be accessed by police services in conjunction with community partners and city partners to receive this increase in funding. The numbers provided to me at that briefing were dependent on, well, to be blunt, there were monies associated to 2022 and beyond, which makes it very clear that they're associated to a return to office after the provincial elections. They're not immediately available funds. There would not be funds that I believe we could even access or guarantee access within the fiscal year 2022. The amount of the funds, once divided between all the police agencies and jurisdictions, spread over the number of years that the grant was intended to, would be minimal, somewhere in the range of $200,000. Basically, they'd be able to probably fund one, maybe two small pilot projects within the city. Not substantial. The Act itself is still being fully designed in terms of the regulations and standards that fall out from it. Usually those regulations or standards are carefully written by the Solicitor General so as not to commit the province to actually funding the achievement of those regulations and standards. That is a long-running issue that municipalities need to be aware of. Through organizations like AMO, they have tried to tie legislation to funding requirements that trickle down through transfer payments to all three levels of government. That is an issue the city needs to look carefully at, and that the police service would work with the city and our partners to try to address. But so far, no one has cut a big check from the province to come to any municipality that I'm aware of to significantly fund community safety wellbeing planning so that not just the police service can achieve outcomes as we've stated, but that other services, whether they be city owned and operated or from the not-for-profit sector, can reasonably count on sustainable funding in that area. Steve, have you been able to get a breakdown yet of that particular line item that the councillor has looked for?
So yes, I'm just going to verify. It's Councillor, it's page 97, and it's provincial funds and the variation of 2.63 million.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, So yeah, I can explain what that is. So it's actually two provincial grants for provincial line items that we received. The first one is 1.6 million we received in pandemic relief. It was a one-time occurrence in 2021. So in order, we get it in the year, and in order to balance our budget out the following year, we have to remove that from the provincial grant funding. The other item is the $1.0 million, the $1 million that we were to receive and lobbied for around the mental health grant. We didn't actually receive that money, so that had to be adjusted within our base budget as well. So those two different programs make up the $2.63 million.
So just on that last point, and Madam Chair, I will wrap up right after this, but just clarification. So the province signalized, hey, there's a wealth and safety plan that we all need to do. It's a transformative, community-led, integrated or coordinated approach, Chief, as you've described. But then there's some mental health programs and they're cutting it. So I'm trying to understand, what sort of message is the province signalizing to us? Because to me, the wellness, the safety and well-being plan was a path to making these conversations a little more holistic and advancing what I think everyone is saying, including the police.
Yeah, Councillor, again, you're asking important questions. I think this is something the city, its elected officials and its governance body, the general manager now overseeing the community safety well-being plan. These are all very important issues. This is why the entire city, not just the city of Ottawa, but the entire city needs to work together around not just the design, implementation, and evaluation of our particular community safety well-being plan, but we should be looking at all three levels of government to properly fund it. There are requirements for public health that are the bailiwick, the financial bailiwick of the province. There are opportunities that the federal government has already signaled around guns and gangs and drugs. Last year, prior to the federal election, Minister Blair was making announcements around legislative changes, border security changes, and included federal grant money to support at-risk youth, largely from BIPOC communities, with money that would go to prevention programs. That's exactly what the federal government minister at the Burundi community session that Councillor King and I attended on Saturday night was talking about. There are opportunities provincially and federally for the City of Ottawa, the Community Safety Wellbeing Plan stakeholders to get together and go after those opportunities for funding. That alone is not going to be enough, but it would be substantial for us to fund a wide variety of projects around which we can evaluate and scale here in the City of Ottawa.
Okay.
Matt, you have about 10 seconds left.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I just want to thank the board. I want to thank the delegates this evening for coming forward. I know it's been quite the year for everyone. Important discussions here at the board. I will be listening in, and obviously I want to support colleagues and members here, and I'll be making more formal comments as this comes to council on December 8th. So thank you for being flexible this evening.
Thank you very much. This ends our public delegations. Now, Member Nerman, you have a question?
Thanks, Chair Dean. Very briefly. So first of all, I am thankful for the delegations that have attended today. I appreciate their passion and engagement on the police budget. This is our police service, and we all have a role in making sure that it meets the needs of all our residents, especially our most vulnerable. I agree with the need to fund a broader spectrum of human services across the city and community. Many times, policing is not the most service for many who are in need and disadvantaged. If we want to divert monies to Ottawa Public Health and Ottawa Community Housing, let's have that discussion and see what responsibilities these agencies can take away from the OPS in the process. Chair, I just want to ask generally if they actually have a plan of implementation of any of this project that has been shared with the board or FAC working group or the service.
Okay, Delegate, I've had a number of board members that have been asking if we can start the questions to the service tomorrow, if we can recess.
Okay, okay, thank you, fair enough.
I don't know, like if the members want to stay tonight.
No, that's fine. I withdraw. That's fine. It's absolutely fine with me. I withdraw. That's
okay,
fine.
so I'm in your hands. We can stay tonight and continue with, we have, a board meeting to go through. And
No, I wanted to just make a comment, so that's fine.
Well, you're sneaking it in because comments come after questions. Do you want to recess and reconvene at our stated time tomorrow at 3? I know we all have busy schedules, but
I am in favor, yeah.
We would reconvene tomorrow. So I'm looking to the board members. I see a lot of
Yes.
no. So
Yes.
those that want to reconvene tomorrow at 3. I know Bev has an event tomorrow night, but Bev, what time does that start?
I should finish by 6. So that would give us 3 hours. So
give us 3 hours. I don't know if that will be enough, but we will. And remember me, and I think, did you want to raise a point too? No. Okay, so we will recess. It seems to be the will of the board to recess until 3 o'clock tomorrow, when we will proceed with the remainder of the agenda and the setting of the 2022 police budget. So we'll see you all tomorrow at 3 o'clock.
Thank you. Thank
On
you.
this channel, is it the same channel?
Ready?
I think